something bare, and in the water I see cold reflections of what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Feeling like I can't be there, and all the valleys that we're marching on through, not even aware. It's the darkness that's so hard to see, and I'm asking you to fight. Just but the difficulty breaking free from what's really there. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. I'm not waiting on love, our time has come. We're fighting empires and I want to feel the fire again. It's not easy to love when the world is numb. We're fighting empires and we're gonna feel the fire again. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof, we know we're future proof.
Which way to go? Friend, I don't know. You'll get there on your own. What face to show? I wanna see something new, a better part of you. How will I know? You feel it in your soul, a link from head to toe. I'll go just alone. I can't stop scratching my mind. I gotta keep asking why. Stop telling me all the time everything will be fine. see through your skin. I'm not your guardian. I can't see through your
Hello and welcome to the ECS Elite Contender Series. I'm MKERS. Joining me today is the real CCV, and today we have a really exciting game coming up. It's one I specifically asked to do because it's a couple of teams I really enjoy. What's the game we've got coming up, CCV?
Well, today we have MKERS Academy and Paragon as our first game. And of course, both these teams, we saw them play out in the Contenders division once prior. This is, of course, the second Playday. In the first one, they played against, MKERS Academy played against Speechless and Paragon played against Rocket. MKERS Academy winning both of the maps, play at the top of the tables right now and playing exceptionally well. Whereas for Paragon, they've gone off to a wobbly start. They're sitting at number 6 in the Contenders division, still eyeing for that future spot in the top 4 as each and every team is. But for now, they're out of it. Let's hope they have some improvements today.
Yeah, and I think MKERS Academy, it's a team that if they can beat them or at least have a good showing on, it definitely goes to show that there's a lot of potential there for Paragon. If they're able to go on par with MKERS Academy, like you said, top at the moment of the table, very strong start, that shows that there's a lot of improvement, a lot of potential for them for the rest of the series. So even if they don't win today, that could be a huge win for them in their moral books, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, I think in a lot of aspects, Paragon have to improve. Whether we are talking about their gameplay strategically, their mechanical abilities. I especially want to focus on Paragon's mechanical abilities today, even more so because they are up against guns from MKERS Academy. Who just completely bashed out Speechless with amazing scores. Speechless were as their name suggests, left speechless after they had played those two maps. MKERS Academy were completely demolishing their opponents. So even if, like you just mentioned, Paragon don't necessarily need to win in order to have a confidence boost or in order to motivate themselves further in their next play days, but they need to perform well and they need to perform better to a certain extent compared to their previous games.
Yeah, now taking a look at these rosters themselves, as you can see on the screen, you've got Rastin, Kiliator, Apex, Wes, and Katsola. The core 5 of the MKERS Academy roster, these players, they have a lot of coordination. They've worked together quite a bit. I've casted them myself through ESA quite a lot, and it's a team that I've come to love. I've seen their development. I know what they're capable of. On the flip side, though, looking at Paragon, it's not a team I've seen much of, and from what I've heard so far, I feel like that's the redemption arc they want. They want to do what Makers Academy have done. They want to I find out where they are making mistakes, work on improving those areas, and then hopefully being one of these top-tier teams. Bill, Taps, Milo, Kaz, and Riley. Unfortunately, no stats for any of these players so far because we had a few issues last time, but we're not going to get into that. Today is where the important stuff is really going to show, isn't it?
Oh, certainly. So, the teams introduced themselves in the first play days, they left their mark, but now it is continuing on that. It is improving further and further and beyond. As for the roster of Paragon, we have Bill, Taps. I believe this is the same lineup that was there in their previous game against Rocket Gaming. Yes, it is. And yeah, they have the same players. This time, we will see Bill and Milo once again playing that sort of hard breach. Those were two very important people, not necessarily the fraggers, not necessarily the big guns of Paragon, but it's not always the big guns that define the team. Sometimes it's the support roles that can take away the highlight, or well, that can be influential for a roster. In this case, these will be the two players who we will have to look out, and especially considering the operators that they'll play in terms of Maverick, in terms of Hibana, Thermite, maybe even some Ace, we have to look out for these guys. So yeah, for them, as for Makers, you introduce them as well. Just again, for Makers, since they are known to get a lot of kills, since they are known for their aggressive playstyle, Cat Solo in their previous game, which Makers had against Speechless, Cat Solo went 18-5 on Clubhouse, 18 kills and 5 deaths. Almost a KD of 4. So just pointing that out there, keep an eye out for this guy. He's surely going to get kills.
Yeah, and he's not even the entry fragger, that's Apex. So having Cat Solo come up huge is something you love to see. But we're going to be having a look at maps. You did talk a bit about Clubhouse, and I'm not really surprised after what you said, their performance against Speechless. They picked it right out the bat. Consulate, though, coming out for Paragon. That's a bit of a dark horse in the map pool, isn't it?
I mean, I've been trying to craft some theories about this map ban. It's gone necessarily out of the box. It's not been completely expected, not just the maps that have been picked. I'm also looking at the maps that have been banned, especially the order in which they've been banned. But, I'll talk about those later. We'll, of course, have to talk mainly, we have to prioritize the maps that are going to be shown on the stream, which are, of course, Clubhouse and Consulate. So Clubhouse, without a doubt, no issues or no doubts in my mind why Makers Academy have chosen that. They defeated Speechless 7-4 on that map. It could have gone better for Makers Academy. A few rounds where they were weird, to be honest. There were a few rounds where I honestly thought, like, what exactly are they doing? But mainly for Paragon, they lost 2-7 on this map to Rocket Gaming. So Makers are banking on that. They are capitalizing on that fact, and they want to add salt to that injury. They want to further deepen the wound of Paragon that had been left after the first Playday on the map of Clubhouse, and they want to embark on an adventure on this map. So I'd say Makers, they've gone for a very, very nice choice, going and opting for Clubhouse.
Yeah, and let's be honest, when it comes to T4 Siege, if you don't know how to play Clubhouse, you're really going to struggle in the future, because it is one of those quintessential map picks, going alongside other favourites such as Oregon and CAF, which got banned very early on. But the Oregon is something I do want to talk about, CCV. Now, like I said, I've casted Makers Academy before. I've gone with them on a long journey at this point. In ESA, when they had the Contender series running, they were in the final against Kromkadars. They really suffered. It was a very close game in the grand final, and the final map was Oregon. And it was just snatched away from them. A clutchless ace cost them that grand final, but then as soon as they lost that, they went into the next series stronger and stronger. So Oregon, they were seemingly unbeatable on that map. So I'm not surprised to see Paragon take it away, because that is one of those maps where you just can't let Makers Academy get into the swing of things. And I feel Clubhouse, the main goal for Paragon is to stop them from hitting that momentum. As soon as they hit that stride, like you said, CCV, they've got a good pick on Clubhouse. So they'll want to be riding off that. They want to be using the momentum, for opening these advantages and getting their players through. So I feel the bans of Oregon, yes, obviously there's Clubhouse, but I feel for Paragon, you want to let them have Clubhouse more than Oregon.
I think so, yeah. Because Oregon, you just mentioned an excellent storyline of Makers Academy, how they have been improving after their first defeat in ESA, how they've been improving on Oregon and Clubhouse as well. To me, I think kind of a similar theory can be applied to Consulate. I think Paragon have chosen Consulate as a fail safe. Even if Makers Academy get Clubhouse, which most likely, I'm going to be honest, it is in favor of Makers Academy, no doubt, looking at the previous results of both these teams here. Paragon played Consulate in their first Playday. Paragon played it against Rocket Gaming and they tied it 6-6. Whereas for Makers Academy, they haven't played it. They haven't played Consulate so far in ECS. As we can see, I am not sure about other leagues or their own personal scrims and all, but in official tournaments, they have not played Consulate quite recently. So I think, like you were mentioning about momentum, that's the fail safe Paragon have. Paragon are thinking that, okay, even if they win on Clubhouse, regardless of what the score is, even if they demolish us 7-0, once we head into Consulate, maybe it is a little off meta. I'm saying off meta. I mean it's out of the ordinary to play on Consulate. That we will have some sort of advantage. Rather, we'll be some in a way we'll be equal to Makers Academy. That we'll be able to win. Most likely, we'll be able to draw. I think that's probably the mindset Paragon have in their in their roster right now, and I think that's one of the reasons why they have chosen Consulate. But regardless of what the reason is, we are going to see Consulate. I'm quite excited for it.
Yeah, myself as well. Typically, when you look at these off-brand maps, let's be honest, you think more towards your theme park. You think more towards your coastline. Consulate's not one that typically comes up, and that's probably because it's been in the map pool the longest, with very little reworks or changes done to it. So it's a very bread and butter map. There's very little innovation to bring to it, in my opinion. You go in, you know the strat that's expected, and in my opinion, it's like Clubhouse. It's not a case of who has better strats, it's who executes them better. Very rarely will we see something that really shakes up the meta on either map, and I think the biggest change we ever saw was the Maverick trick coming in. That changed the meta like that, but that's the only mentionable change in my opinion.
I think, yeah, and most likely we will be seeing Maverick today as well. Both these rosters, they like to bring Maverick, especially on Clubhouse. And yeah, I think I'm really, really excited to see what Clubhouse has in store for both Paragon and Oregon. We have confirmation that we'll be heading into the game. Oh, we are heading into the game.
Yeah.
So, just before we head into the line, we have the community predictions. And oh boy, it looks like a landslide over here in favor of Makers Academy. The community predicting that 80% of the votes are going towards Makers Academy. Meanwhile, for the staff, 90% of us favor that Makers Academy will win this one. So Paragon, they have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of people to impress.
And a lot of clips to gain if they are to beat the predictions. But heading into our map bans, we are going to see what is coming out. And I believe the first ban coming out from Paragon is going to be quite telling. A Thatcher doesn't really surprise me on a map like Clubhouse. The question is, for me, CTV, will Makers Academy take away that Maverick? Will they say, okay, we're going to make that wall difficult. You have to go below. You have to play CC window. And you can't deal with a Cade if it's left on the board either. That's what I want to see. Do Makers decide to play the typical meta, or do they want to go off?
I think even I'm interested for that because Makers Academy themselves like to go for that CCTV window. They like to pressure defenders from there, especially when they have a hard breacher, say a Maverick, maybe even a Thermite on the main CCTV breach. In this case, we'll see a Montaigne ban, so quite regular bans, nothing out of the ordinary there. Of course, it is Clubhouse. We've talked about it a million times, and both these teams are very, very normal. They've just swapped their bans because when Makers Academy played Clubhouse, it was them who banned Thatcher, and Paragon had banned Montaigne. In this case, the roles have been reversed. However, the bans are the same. Nothing is out of the ordinary. Nothing is something completely new for these teams. They have dealt with these bans. Each and every team has. Cade as well. It's all on the board. It has all been played for both Makers and Paragon.
Yeah, and I feel this game, I think Makers are playing into it as we do see Mirror being taken away. I feel the Maverick staying on the board, that's definitely Makers saying, okay, we're going to make it easier for us. We're not going to struggle as much as we do take a quick pause just to deal with the Moss files. It's causing a few issues. But let's talk about these bans. And the fact that Maverick's off the board, yes, immediately I'm thinking the CCTV wall, but then I'm thinking hatches. It's a lot easier for the attackers to deal with it, especially with Cade gone as well. They don't need to fully commit that Maverick. They could bring a Thermite or an Ace to deal with hatches inside for the bottom floor, get the Maverick pushing dirt or something like that. I feel like Makers, they're giving themselves a lot of opportunity here.
I think I also have a similar train of thought, not necessarily with the Maverick, but with the second hard breacher that these teams are going to bring to the table. In Makers Academy, they had brought Ace a lot of the times when they were attacking on Clubhouse in their previous game. Whereas for Paragon, Bill was playing the Hibana a lot. So I think it's going to also come down to, I mean, yeah, Ace and Hibana, they have similar structures, although Hibana is going to be more beneficial when it comes to the hatches, especially given the new buff that she has received, rather than when you compare it to Ace. But I still think that Makers Academy are going to follow the traditional routes. So will Paragon. You mentioned the CCTV breach. I'm just going to take the entire CCTV and cache site as an example of how these teams will play. From what we've witnessed in the first game, it's going to be very, very traditional takes. Makers Academy, both Paragon and Makers Academy, they're going to open the CCTV wall. They're going to get control of construction eventually, heading inside from bedroom and gym. Then they'll open the gym, they'll open the construction wall, and then they'll make their final execute. A couple of times Makers Academy might push, they might start pushing garage, but apart from that, I necessarily don't think that it's going to be that big of a change. And we see the hard breaches, such priority given to them. 3 hard breaches brought on board. We have the Maverick, Ace, and even the Hibana coming out from Makers Academy.
I think they've read into the fact that this is going to be a bottom floor hold, because that glass, I'm actually looking at the lineup and I'm thinking, okay, there's a lot of actual... There's value in those map picks, those operator picks. Yes, you see a Glaz and you might think, haha, Glaz funny, but when you think about possibly, typically a lot of teams will hang back with a Kali and play from warehouse, try and pick up a couple of kills, shut down lines of sight. You could do that with the Glaz. You have smoke grenades, so you can shut down the lines of sight, cover a plant with the smoke up, but that's not going to happen just yet. Paragon will be going for this bottom floor, and I feel the way we're seeing this, we're going to see a turtle strat, maybe 1 or 2 roamers, but I don't expect the emphasis to be there for Paragon.
10 seconds remaining.
Necessarily, yeah. I don't think that they'll really focus a lot on their roamers, because again, I have to bring up the previous game that they had against Rocket Gaming. Even then, when they were playing a lot of the objectives, whether it was CCTV cache, whether it was basement, church, and arsenal, they had their roamers. The roamers initially were in place, much like we see Kaz right now, much like we see Taps right now. But as the round went on, the roamers were playing fairly passively. They weren't taking a lot of gunfights. They were just prioritizing getting to the objective back safely. And in Clubhouse, that is of course how you need to play the map. Shoot a bunch of drones, waste the time of the attackers, fall back, rinse and repeat. And well, we are seeing a live in the flesh example of that right here. Jaeger in storage, shot the drone, and now he's falling back. So I'd say nothing new coming out from Paragon, playing it very, very safely. Kaz is also doing the same. And now it's down to the attackers to make do of this situation. With 2 minutes and 15 seconds, they need to make something of this round. They have the map control, now they just need to act on it.
Yeah, now Rustin getting very aggressive on the main stairs while Apex does the same on blue, but they're just clearing utility at this point. Sledge over on the main stairs, trying to get a kill, realizes they can't. Rustin, a key player for this kitchen site, has to get this floor ripped open so that West can also go for this hatch. Kiliator will try and frag out that blue player and will be able to pick off Riley, opening up blue, meaning one of those players has to rotate around. And I feel like this is what we need to see from Makers Academy. They need to pick apart players, but they don't seem to be doing that. They seem to be pushing blue very early on with Kiliator and Apex leading the charge, but Kiliator's able to find the first kill, pushes into that church site. Katsola looks for another one, but just can't get it. Kiliator will be able to, though, finding their 3rd kill so far. Just walking into sight, Kiliator looking to pick up a 4th, is not able to. Milo finds the kill, looks for another, but Taps is the one to find it as West goes down, and now a 3 versus 2 for Makers. An explosive start for both teams, but the question is who can close it out. Damage will be going onto Taps and Milo. Very difficult positioning, and Apex going to clean up Milo with Katsola finishing off Taps. And Makers Academy, that was an aggressive push, but you could tell that they were very confident it was something they practiced.
It certainly was. Makers Academy, they knew what they were doing, and they knew that, how Paragon would react to that. This applies to, all of FPS shooters. As an attacker, as a terrorist, whatever you want to call yourselves, when you are on the forefront of the attack, you control how the round progresses. You control where you can attack from. It is the defenders, it is the counter terrorists who have to, react to your gameplay. And that is the thing. Makers, they perfectly read the situation and they perfectly knew how Paragon would react to this. And Paragon did what they had to do. They saw that Makers Academy, the players of Makers Academy, were pushing very early on from blue. They were pushing from mainstays as well. They tried their best to hold him off, but the front line of the defense of Paragon, that was just completely ripped away from them. It was stripped away from the defense. After that, it was down to the second line of the defense. It was down to the anchors, the semi-anchors. Milo, he did an excellent job on the Maestro before. He got a few kills. He played very passively, took a lot of damage as well, but thankfully he survived thanks to his 3 armor. After that, he was quite safe. He was in that corner. He held off the attack long enough to allow Taps to come back, to allow Taps to retreat back after getting those 2 kills, and allowing Taps to play in the under the moto hatch. But then again, it wasn't enough to completely fend off the attackers. Makers Academy still had 3 people remaining, and all of them were completely in very diverse positions, to say the very least. They knew where the defenders were. They just acted upon it, and there it is. Bish bash bosh, the round is over before you know it. So Makers Academy already starting off very, very strong. There it is, attacking CCTV cache now. It's going to be a quite traditional take. I don't believe they're going to do anything out of the ordinary. We see on the eastern side, the main breach is happening. On the west, well, map control is a go. The Roma's already starting off a beautiful wall bang coming here from Apex, gets Kaz, and that is once again the front line of the defense of Paragon stripped away.
Yeah, it's just faltering at the very first footstep at that point. Apex able to get that wallbang thanks to the information given by West, the cam being taken out, expecting it to come out. But more importantly, this wall's going to be opened up. Taps suddenly realizing it's going to be a very difficult, the position you're holding, they're not coming down to that secret area. They're not coming around to that garage storage. So moves to garage stairs. Just holding that position, trying to wait for this rafters push, which I don't think is coming at the moment. Killiator's playing on the CC window. We've got a very heavy construction push with that CC side up ready for the pressure to be put on, just to hold the angles. So Makers Academy doing very good right now just to set up the push how they want to.
They certainly are. They have the map control, and now once again Paragon are playing quite hunched back into the side. There isn't much that they can do. The attackers are pressuring them from 2 different areas, and while the attackers are being successful in that as well, there is Milo, the Rafters player, gone off the board. Now it's just down to the anchors, just the people playing in the objective itself. They have to make do of the situation, but they won't last longer. Taps is the only hope remaining for Paragon. That one flank might as well change everything. He's going for it. He'll try his best, heading into logistics office, but is it in time? Yes, it is. He gets 3, and there it is. Suddenly the round turned into a 2v2, and now Killiator and Katsola, they have to make do with the situation. They're the ones sandwiched right now. The diffuser in the line of sight of the defenders. The attackers are the ones who have to step into the defender territory, and it can get dangerous here.
Yes, and do that they will. The frag grenade goes out, tries to find the kill, but Riley's displaced. Like you said, a lot more advantage going into favor of defenders, but now Killiator looking to put pressure on from construction window, not knowing that that player is there at the moment. But Riley just has to hold position. Taps on support, will get droned out as well. Very low HP, so another run out could be horrible here. But Katsola able to find that kill onto Riley now. Taps has to shut it all out, and Katsola's gonna say no. You said to look out for this man in that last game because he posted up incredible stats, and I feel like this is another example. But let's talk about that Taps. Let's talk about Taps at the flank being able to pick off the 3 players and how important that was, just shutting down the attack.
And to say the very least, it was very, very important. And I think Paragon, they were kind of relying on it. I really think that had the players of Paragon been able to survive a bit longer, just a tad bit longer than they had, it would have turned the situation in their favor, I'd say, if Taps had pulled off that triple kill once again. So I think it was just the anchors died very, very quickly. That allowed the attackers, yes, Taps got the 3k, but then it was Ace and Maverick. They were in the objective. They were in CCTV. That allowed them to push up. Had there been, for example, let's take the example of Milo. Had he been playing in Rafters, he could have denied that push. Had it been Bill, playing the smoke inside the actual objective, inside cache, he could have also denied the push from the attackers coming in from CCTV. But the fact of the matter is, there was only one person. There was only I believe it was Riley on the mute. Oh, sorry, on the Melusi. And yeah, he wasn't able to do a lot to fend off the attackers. At the end, it was just taps once again. He tried his best. I'll give it to him. It was a very, very valiant effort. However, just not enough to fend off all of the attackers of Makers Academy. And there it is, one more round for Makers.
Yes, but very promising for Paragon there, getting it down to that 2v2, being able to just catch them off guard, hinting that maybe Makers, they might be feeling a bit overconfident in this case, as they're able to just walk behind and get 3 kills. However, though, we are returning to this bottom floor site. Taps is going to be the first to fall very early on to Killiator, not picking off the Maverick. A huge kill to not be able to pick up, keeping those frag grenades, that breaching torch on the round, and that I'm full. It's a very good weapon. And now the roam clear continues, but like we said before, Paragon, they're not really going to try and go for that much roam.
Oh, now that they've lost one of their roamers, they're going to fall back completely. They're going to total up in the site. We see it right here. 45 seconds into the action phase, and all of the defenders are in or very, very close to the objective. This allows the attackers really a lot of free roam. This allows them free reign over the entire map. They can do anything they want with the first floor. Open the hatches, yes. Go for vertical destruction, yes, please. They can do, literally anything they want, and the defenders cannot stop it. The best of the angles the defenders will hold, I don't think it will be much. They will try and retaliate. We see Milo right below the kitchen hatch, ready for that impact trick. But I don't think Makers Academy have the kitchen hatch in mind, or maybe they aren't prioritizing it just enough for now, because the main hard breacher that is remaining, which is of course Killiator on the ace, he's focusing on the blue hatch right now, and I believe Katsola only has one of his ace Selma breach left. He has used 2 of them to open the he has none of them left, as a matter of fact. So it is really all down to Killiator and of course W35, who I just completely missed. Never mind. All right, they can open the kitchen hatch is all I'm trying to say.
Oh, Katsola being put into the wall by Milo, as we see Apex being able to pick up a refrag, really stepping up the pressure onto Paragon now. We still have that one-man disadvantage, but that hard breach is gone. Realistically, what Makers need to do to get that church wall open is to get into church and shoot the mute jammer. That realistically isn't going to happen. They need too much. They need to essentially win the round if they want to get to that position, but 40 seconds left on the clock. Makers, they need to make this push very soon, and Paragon know this. The question is where from? The drones coming out, the smoke canisters will lead the charge, but as time ticks down, the question is where? Makers Academy, they're leaving it down to the wire, it seems, and it looks like they're quite comfortable to do exactly that. And Paragon, they're more than happy to let the time play in and become the 6th defender. But the drop will come down from West, who will start going for the plan. Bill has a lot of pressure put on from Apex, who is just going to say, stay there. We're not going to do anything as the C4 goes out. Apex finding the kill to Milo, though as the plank goes down. Kaz able to find a refrag as well. 3 versus 2. McDad 3 versus 1 is Rastin. Finds a kill of their own. Kaz takes some damage, has to pull back, and now Makers Academy, they're just going to be looking down these sidelines as Kaz has to just find something. You're going to have to go, you find those 2 attackers, but you have to go to the top floor, and it doesn't look like Kaz has time. Going to be going through this blue rotate, going to be looking towards that hatch, knowing a player's there, but Apex on the main stairs, and then you've got another player, Wes, is going to pick them up. And Makers Academy, a much more confident 3rd round than what we saw from the last round, but I feel if we see Paragon go back to CCTV, they have a really strong chance.
I think they do, and there's a bit of reason to that as well. Just before that, touching over how this round went, how the saying goes that, prepare slowly, execute fast. In the case of Makers Academy, it might have been a little too slow. Like you mentioned, it was very much down to the wire, the last 15 to 10 seconds or something, but still they pulled it out. They knew what they were doing. The execute came in, and more so, rather than just Hibana planting the diffuser, the main crux of that round was the other attackers covering all of the angles. I unfortunately forgot which attacker was where, but I know that Maverick was covering dirt. I believe it was Sledge who was covering the main stairs to prevent Maestro getting an angle on the Hibana. So I think that might have been one of the reasons why Makers Academy took their sweet little time preparing for this execute. But well, it paid off at the end. A 3v1, and Melusi died, and there it is. 3 attackers remaining, 3 rounds on the board for Makers Academy. So I'd say a round very well done. And now we move on to round 4. Like you mentioned, Paragon, they have been improving on CCTV. They have good chances right now. And I think when you compare how they played CCTV in round 2, well, against Makers Academy, and you compare that to how they played against Rocket Esports, there's a big difference. Paragon, they're completely, they have improved. That's all I'm going to say, because in the previous game they were very much clutched into, they were just grouped up into the objective, and that allowed the players of Rocket Gaming to easily pick off all these defenders. Whereas now you look at the roam that has been established, Bandit all the way in strip, Jaeger near bathroom as well, playing towards kitchen now, just going for the runouts, going for the cheeky picks as they hope to get on some of the attackers. And they have much more control of the map as well. So even if the situation arises that the defenders, the roamers, have to fall back to the side, I think they might as well, they'll get one kill in doing so.
Now, as the CCTV wall gets opened up, we see the shield that Riley's playing behind. I don't think this is that important of a shield to have, because realistically it can be cleared out very easily. You burn out one ADS and you're able to take it out. But what I really want to focus on is exactly what you said. These roamers, they lost out on Kaz very early on. Now Kaz is going for a much more extended roam. You're seeing a very spread out Paragon defense, and it looks like Milo is able to shoot out that drone, won't go for the spawn peak, but it's Tapsu's going to fall in that construction area. Rastin able to find that first kill and shut down a lot of line of sight in this CCTV area. Riley, looking for a kill, is unable to land it, but now we're seeing Makers Academy yet again. That's the first kill for them in the round. They have the advantage moving forward. The question is, can they drive it home? Every single round, they've picked up that opening kill, and as you can see by the scoreboard, every single round they've won so far. Now, though, is what you really want to see, CC, and that is the flank watch.
Oh yes. Now Makers Academy, they haven't opted for someone like Nomad. They just have the angles pre-built. They have the same operator composition as they have been opting for the past 3 rounds. So nothing changes over there. They just have to be more mindful of the positioning of the players. This is where I think drones will also factor in a lot. Makers Academy, even though 1 minute is left, they're a little low on drones right now. I spy with my little eye, I believe 4 drones alive, a few in the pocket. And yeah, let's see how much can they do with that. That's a very, very good flank drone setup on towards the main stairs, exactly where taps came from below. Live droning is happening as well. However, they didn't miss Melusi. They got the kill on her, and now Makers Academy are looking to get further and further into the objective and get more and more kills.
Yes, time to get out Milo, though, from the rafters, able to finally kill onto Wes as the push starting to go down, but the diffuser, like I say, has just been taken out as well. Apex will pick it up, pushing into cash and going for a very risky plan. 3 members of Paragon still alive, but only 1 on the site. Milo will find a kill onto Cat Solo, but the C4 will not be able to kill Apex with the plant because he's not on the default. Bill will take the damage for it, but now the retake has to take place. Milo getting taken out, as we will see Kaz go down as well. Bill has to get the win and just won't be able to do it. Makers Academy learning from their mistakes, going for that split push, and watching the flanks most importantly. A much more dominant round, and what I expected to see from them.
I think this is the level of gameplay, right? You said this in the pre-show as well, that it's not about who has the better strategies, but who executes the strategies in a better manner. That's what is the crux of the entire match, especially on a map such as Clubhouse. And well, this has been a back and forth between Makers Academy and Paragon. In a few rounds, it has been surely Paragon improving a lot, going for those cheeky flanks, getting those 3Ks, even playing aggressively right now. It wasn't just about the sneaky plays, it was about being upfront with the players of Makers Academy. Sure, you could say it backfired, as Taps was once again the first casualty in the round, but I still think that Makers Academy, I still think that Paragon have progressed a bit against Makers Academy. They still have a few chances, even though they are in a 0-4 situation. I still think they can salvage some of these rounds, some of the remaining 2 rounds, maybe a 5-1 split in a very, very optimistic manner. I think by playing Church and Arsenal twice, they know their mistakes, they know what kind of push to expect from Makers Academy. I think this round, I really hope and I believe that they'll end up winning this round if they get a few kills in there under their belt, because like you had mentioned, 4 rounds, we've seen 4 rounds play out. In all 4 of them, it has been Makers Academy getting that entry frag. Riley, Kaz, Tabs, all these players, the first casualty, regardless of which operator they are, they have been dying constantly. So, first kill in favor of Paragon, oh, that's going to be detrimental for them. Oh, ooh,
Yeah,
never mind.
they're not going to have it, as Apex is able to find the kill onto Bills. Taps is going down very early on as well. This extended roam not working out as Rastin's able to find a second kill, but I think, going back to what you mentioned, it's very important to keep in mind that Paragon, this isn't their map pick. And we talked about how this one favors Maker's Academy, and we're seeing exactly why, but this much more extended roam, I feel it's Paragon saying, alright, we need to change something up. Riley's on that top floor, but he'll need to be coming back very soon, and to do that, has to fight their way through Maker's Academy. The question is, though, will Maker's Academy let another flank like that go ahead? I don't see that happening, because if you catch them off guard in such a huge way once, it doesn't happen again. They're expecting it.
Yeah, I think Makers Academy, they have learned their lesson right now. Even more so, I think Makers Academy have realized that, well, Paragon, they are very, very low on players. So it's going to be very far and few between that we'll see these sneaky plays. As I say that Riley is on red stairs. He might catch one of the attackers. There he is. He sees the ace, misses the shots, and oh, unfortunately, misses all of his kills, as that was just plain unfortunate for him. Although, Kaz managing to get one in his favor, that means that Makers Academy, they're a bit on the back foot right now. They have lost Maverick. They're going to prepare for the execute. They have 1 minute and 25 seconds. The only thing is, do they have enough manpower and do they have enough angles? Because now the defenders are on the attack. The defenders know that they can get some cheeky angles. They can, use unexpected angles to catch the attackers off guard, and that might as well win them the round.
Yes, Rastin will dodge a C4 coming out from Milo, but Katsola able to find a kill as well. Realistically, when it comes down to that X versus 2, that's when you want to be making the push, and Katsola is going to do exactly that and finish up the round. And I feel Paragon, it's just coming down to these early gunfights, because like I said, when I'm looking at it from an attacker perspective, I want to get 3 kills before we look at pushing that site. As soon as we know that happened, as soon as we know we have those 2 players, you think about it. You have one in Armory, you have one in Church, essentially. Or maybe they're both playing blue, because that's a huge swing position. If you can apply pressure to both of those areas, and then collapse onto blue, you're in a very strong position, and you're almost guaranteed the round. And I feel Paragon, they're going for the roam, and they're losing too many players early on, and I just want to see the bunker. But for the last round of their defensive half, we're going to be heading to Gym Bedroom, which I'm not really surprised considering what the scoreline represents so far.
I think Paragon, they're just trying new things here, hoping that, something sticks to the wall, something gives them a positive return. But right now, I don't think there's much to say for their side. In attack, maybe that's the only hope they have. Because even though they have chosen the tertiary bomb site, which is, of course, like you said, Gym and Bedroom, I still think that Makers Academy have this round comfortably. I don't want to say it. I still want to support the underdogs. I still want Paragon to get a few rounds on board. However, I think in looking at this rationally, Makers Academy have the first half under their belt. It's not like there's going to be completely out of the ordinary. We might see Paragon pulling off a few kills. We might see them giving Makers Academy a bit of a fight. However, in the end, I still think that Makers Academy, they've secured the first half. Long story short, they don't need a lot essentially to win the final round.
Yeah, they've had those explosive starts, finding the early kills. They've had the controlled momentum, and that's something we're going to see again. Rasta's going to open up the CC, lines of sight are going to be created, it's going to get droned out, and then they're going to start pushing in. Whereas the same thing is happening is West able to find the first kill onto Taps, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, Paragon, play it safer. You do not need to be swinging these soft breaches. Somebody is going to be checking the hole that has just been made. If the attackers open up a hole, somebody's going to be looking through it. You have to be prepared to win that gunfight, and if you aren't winning the gunfights, then you need to be prepared to just let them have that control, try and catch them off guard, get a pinch or something. Just swinging it isn't the way forward.
It certainly is not. They need to look for other sources to find the kills, because regular 50-50 gunfights, it will not go in the favor of Paragon. It hasn't been going in their favor since the past 5 rounds, and I don't think going forward it's going to change anytime soon. It is going to go for off meta angles. It's going to go for these cheeky line of sights that will help Paragon, reduce the man count in a bit of the rounds. And there it is, the first round. Riley, I believe he just wide peeked the main gym breach, and that netted him a kill. However, he has to be careful. Maverick is there in logistics office. As I say that, Maverick does get the first one. That is, of course, the castle gone off the board, and Mute also falls shortly to the Maverick himself. So he's doing a lot of work. He may be the hard breacher, but well, the amount of work he's doing, he can be classified as an attacker, as a fragger, as whoever you want to call him.
Killiator, though, will go down to Kaz in the office area. The GN's coming out in chat. Oh no, we're getting the toxic behavior, but a lot of map control in favor of MKERS. They just have to get Cat Solo with the diffuser in. Kaz and Riley, neither of them watching the angle. Kaz is looking to get the kill into Wes, which will be able to happen. 2-2 as Apex is able to retrade, making it a 2-1. Riley just gets super aggressive and will fall, and a 6-0 half in favor of MKERS Academy. And I think, CCV, now is the important time to talk about the difference between playing aggressively and attacking aggressively, because MKERS Academy, they're aggressive, yes, but it's very controlled. They know what they want to achieve, they know what their conditions are, and they will push. Whereas you see Paragon, there's a lot of just wide swinging and trying to just win their ones, which against MKERS isn't going to work.
I think the reason Paragon are going for such wide peaks and such disadvantageous angles, it just stems from desperation to get kills, desperation to win one round, as it is already match point for MKERS Academy. So I think that might be one of the bigger reasons why Paragon are just trying everything on hand to just see one thing that works for them, that one guidance of light that might as well win them a few rounds or net them a few rounds. Because again, in the group format, in the league tables, if certain teams, if A team and B team have the same points at the end of the play days, it comes down to the round difference. It comes down to which team has more rounds under their belt, and that will be the team in the getting the better seed. So that might be one of the things that Paragon may be playing for. But as we see, speaking of statistics, not of rounds won, but of the individual player statistics right now, Paragon, they aren't doing a lot. You look at that entry KD and just the row of zeros, that isn't good to look at. Whereas for MKERS Academy, the greens, it makes me feel like I'm in a garden.
And a beautiful garden at that. 1.0 ratings for all bar one player on Academy, whereas Paragon all have those sub-0 ratings, and that's not a very nice thing to see, realistically. But this map is set to be over very early on, and we're seeing MKERS Academy going for that SSG run. They're going just to have that extended hold. They put a lot of pressure on the attackers, and then they pull back, like you said. Rastin already doing that, just skipping a step. He just said, alright, I'll pull back. But that's because that's Solar. Given the way the information that they're going for a dirt push, will be holding it by themselves, having taken some damage, but arguably not enough so far to really force them to retreat, as this Maverick will get the hole open. Milo looking to open things up to push in, and a very nice shot coming out from Riley, and for the first time in 7 rounds, Paragon are able to find that entry frag.
Right, now we need to see what they can do off this initial kill. Sure, they have it on board, yes, but now they need to capitalize on this further. They need to start getting more and more kills. As I say that, there goes Milo, there goes the hard breach. He has done his job in a bit. He has opened up dirt, and now the other hard breaches are filling in. Bill has opened the kitchen hatch. So now, most likely, if Paragon don't have any other opportunities lining up, if they don't want to open a bar or stock hatch, which I think they should opt for one of them, it's going to get very, very dicey. As I say that, once again, the good nights come out. We weren't able to see that kill, but seeing the gun that was used, seeing the headshot, it might as well been a very, very good one. MKERS Academy piling on that further as taps goes down as well. Apex watching for the attackers, or well, should I say the lack thereof. Only 2 attackers on board, and now they have to salvage the round in any manner whatsoever.
Billy is absolutely loving the fact that they're on the board with a kill, being able to knock out Apex, who was just incredibly aggressive on that main stairs, just putting so much pressure, like you said, finding a kill, shutting down the movement of the attackers, and now, in that 2v3, Makers Academy, they're just going to hold back. The drones are going to come out, but that's only going to serve Makers Academy. Time is being wasted, and Paragon, they need to make something happen. The vertical play, the time for that is over. You need to start making your advance. 30 seconds left. Killiator looking for the pistol shots. Now, I feel if we can find a kill on these main stairs, I think we can pretty much say that this game is over, but the push is coming out. Bill looking to push pre-fires, looking to find the kill first, but Killiator just going to hold it, knowing that with time, that's going to force them out. They're going to have to push, and realistically, right now, I don't think they can get it, as Rastin's able to find one. Kaz finds that refrag, and Bill actually pushes through, but that's going to be it. Makers Academy cleaning up, and that's going to be Clubhouse 7-0 for Makers Academy. Paragon, there were a couple of good rounds in there, but I feel Consulate, that's the place to bring it back and really make yourselves get some redemption, I feel.
I think they are good rounds. They were certainly good events that occurred, but Makers Academy just going for that domination. Again, the 100% cost of Apex, 86%, the survival rate as well in the mid to high 50s and 40s. I think that's quite well even for someone that plays Jaeger and Ash and, you know, who's on the front line of the attack and defense. So I think completely just very much dominating from Makers Academy. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing else can be said about that. It's a 7-0 after all. You know, when you look at a game such as that, my oh my, you're left speechless, pun intended.
Yeah, I was about to say that you are left speechless just like their last opponents. But let's be honest, moving forward to Consulate with the mechanical ability that is, I think we can all say favors Makers Academy at this point, heading into Consulate, we're going to need to see something huge coming out from Paragon. They need to have that moment of just saying, okay, this is where we turn it around. And if they can do that, it'll be incredible. If not, it'll just be Makers solidifying their position at the top. However, you're going to have to wait a little bit, because we are going to be heading to a short break before we go to our second map, which is Consulate. Just to reiterate, Makers Academy 7-0'd on Clubhouse. And now, the question is, can Paragon bring it back in the second map? Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. And welcome back to ECS. Our first map, we saw a 7-0 from Makers Academy. Very regimented, very well played game from them. But Paragon, let's be honest, there were quite a few shining moments for them, which I feel could transpire into something more in our next map, which is their pick.
I think these kinds of plays, or just that play style in of itself, will transcend just not just from Clubhouse, but like you mentioned, to other maps. For example, Consulate on board that we'll save as our map number 2. Paragon, they did play Consulate in their first Playday up against Rocket Gaming. They managed to tie that one 6-6. So I still believe, even though everyone has been making the jokes, yes, Makers Academy, 90% of the staff votes, 83% of the community votes, 1-1 the Twitch predictions. Yes, Makers Academy are the favorites. For now, I wouldn't go so far as to say that Paragon have a chance to win this map. However, I still think that they can do good on this. This was something that both of us were talking about in the pre-show, that Paragon, not necessarily they need to win it in order to have a good game. They just need to improve on the things that they were doing wrong previously.
Yeah, and I think it's most important to touch upon the fact that this is also the top in the table for the actual Contender series division, going up against 6. But these bands, as we do head into Consular, we're seeing Paragon taking away Capital, which suggests to me they're probably not going to want to... They're not going to want to leave a lot of lines of sight open when they do flip onto their defensive side. So I'm thinking that bottom floor, you can't smoke out that wall. But Mirror being taken away, I feel in Consular is a much more impactful band than, say, Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Mira can surely be played. I mean, kind of like Clubhouse, there are a few objectives where Mira is a natural, where Mira can be completely, totally, without any sort of problems, without any friction, she can be cooperated into the portfolio for defense, into a defense composition. However, on other bomb sites, she can struggle a bit. On Clubhouse, you have gym and bedroom where Mira plays flawlessly. However, on CCTV and cache, sure, you can pick Mira, but for the second Mira, one of the Miras is surely going to be on that red hallway watching construction entrance. But where exactly do you place the second Mira? That can be vital, or that can be kind of uncomfortable to a team, to say the very least.
Yeah, but heading into our first match anyway, we don't have to worry about this Mirror anymore because, obviously, it's been banned out from Paragon. Now, looking at the bottom floor, I'm not surprised to see that's where we're going, and this Mozzie coming in, that doesn't surprise me either. 3 staircases for the garage. If you want to place those Mozzie pests down on each one of them, you shut down a lot of information for the attackers. You can shut it down on that drone hole if they bring a Twitch. There's a lot of flexibility with that operator, but the Goyo and Maestro, these are the ones I really want to talk about, because there's so many positions you could get a Maestro where they could be protected by these ADSs and just cause or just even not seen, and cause a huge ruckus for the attackers. So I feel a top-down push is where Paragon are going to excel. They get Kaz on that piano window, rip open the floor, shoot down and take out the utility, but get the Maestro cameras as well from that relatively safe-ish angle. But the way Makers are setting up isn't going to give that to them.
Makers are completely aware of how Paragon, want to attack. I think they've done their study on Paragon, looking at their previous game that they had against Rocket Gaming. So they know what to expect. They know how to counter that as well. And of course, more than any other strategy, in this case, at least for Makers Academy, guns might just prevail the most. And we saw this in the first map, completely just bashing out the players of Paragon. And I think Makers Academy, going on that example, they'll play for frags over here, no doubt about that. It's a different map, so I guess we can give Paragon the benefit of the doubt and say that they might be able to get some kills for themselves as well.
Oh, Apex very lucky with the drop there, because they don't know that Taps is actually pushing towards long desk. But now they do. The pre-fire from Katsola, getting that first kill, starting everything out right in favor of Makers. They still have that roaming presence. Bill has got that has got those air jabs and flashbangs, but this is not what you want to be using it. Both drones being taken away immediately. 2 minutes left on the board. Kaz looking for refrag, but Paragon seemingly stalling on the top floor. They don't really seem to know if it's clear with these drones being taken out. They don't know where they want to accomplish it, but Milo looks to try and catch the kill onto Katsola. It's not going to happen just yet. But the peak nearly comes out.
Yeah, for the side of Paragon right now, apart from, frags, map control is a big thing. They haven't opened the main breach just yet, partly due to them not having map control. You mentioned the second floor. The attackers, they haven't even stepped foot on the first one. They have gotten the breach open. 1 minute 15 seconds, that's good. But the man count is dwindling, and it is dwindling rapidly. The defenders still on the second floor. You look at Goyo, you look at, W35 and Paragon. They have a huge mountain to climb over here. All the attackers relocating towards the main breach. This might seem like a bottleneck. One good C4, a bit of good utility, and all the attackers will be shredded. You look at Maestro from top. There it is, gets the kill. C4 thrown as well. Doesn't quite land. However, the hopes of Paragon are crashing down.
They are. They're trying desperately to force utility through this breach. They're trying to make something happen. But right now you can see MKERS, they've got the shotgun. They've got Killiator playing in piano. Just holding, just watching. Completely fine. Gonna be watching that breach, so this means there's gonna have to be a different push somewhere. Bill is trying to make that yellow stairs work, but it doesn't seem to be happening, and Wes is gonna find that kill, and Killiator will finish things up. MKERS Academy very much feeling in the lead, in control of things, let's be honest.
That's it. Yeah. MKERS Academy, they know what to do. They know what to do. They know what they want to accomplish as well. I don't think that they're going to have any problems regardless of which objective it is. We're going to have a bit of a pause over here, so we're going to take a breather, and we can talk about how we believe Consulate may develop and may progress further and further, because I believe even though we want Paragon to win, I mean, both of us want Paragon to win as well. And, I'm sure many people in the audience, regardless of which team they support, you want to see the underdogs prevail. In this case, Paragon have just been denied. They've been denied that opportunity time and time again on Clubhouse, and now in the first round of Consulate. 4 of the defenders were alive, only 1 kill going towards Paragon. Apart from that, it was just a complete show from MKERS Academy. So yeah, it's been a wild ride so far, and Paragon, they need to improve very quickly.
Yes, but I feel the first round isn't completely telling. They are on the attack, and I feel like that lends them that little bit more advantage if they have rehearsed and prepared on how they want to go for these pushes. I feel the main place, CC, where they need to speed things up is that top floor room clear. Because as you saw, they lost a lot of drones early on. The players would pull back. You'd have one on yellow stairs. They'd lost a player, and they had no information, so they just stopped moving completely. I feel like that was the biggest issue for that round, but I feel like it's something they can very easily clean up, in my opinion. If you have a flank cam in piano, maybe watching for that drop, watching for the player in bathroom, that could solve a lot of the issues. You can have someone watching that and say, alright, they've dropped, top floor should be clear, get back to work.
And I think with the operator selection that they have in place as well, I think it was more to do with the fact that it was a few influential kills, or should I say a few influential people that died for the side of Paragon that made them, or that forced them into the situation that they were in. Partly because Taps was the initial kill. He was playing the Jackal. He himself was supposed to be the roam clear. When your opponents are playing a lot of information denial, bringing Mute and Mozzie, constantly actively looking to shoot drones, then it becomes troublesome to try and get as much information as you can. Of course, like you mentioned, flank drones are very, very good. A flank drone in piano would have certainly been very beneficial for the side of Paragon. However, I think their active roam clear, which was Jackal, was just stripped away from them. This was a point I talked about in the previous map as well. The front line of the defense or the attack of Paragon is completely being ripped away from them and is not being utilized to its fullest. Jackal, in this case, he had a bit of information on the roamers, yet he wasn't able to completely act on it. He was shut down by the Jaegers. And then the following attackers also fell to that same curse. And before you know it, Paragon, they completely gave up on the roam clear. All 3 of the remaining attackers lined up outside the main breach, trying to just shove themselves through it into the objective, into the bomb site. did not go their way.
And I feel that's where we're really going to see whether Paragon can improve. Is how when things start going wrong, what is it they do? We saw in the last map, they tend to just bunker in, they try and defend the best they could, try and do something to just stop this stem of kills that are coming out for Makers Academy. They try and play it safe, and it worked out quite a few times. Sometimes they were able to get a flank on, they were able to act upon just Makers being a bit unprepared. But now I think, now they're hitting the swing of things, the biggest problem for them is they're losing these early gunfights. Like we said, I believe every single round bar one in this entire series so far, Makers have had the opening frag. And I mean, that's a huge statistic to have. You have only won one round. Or you haven't even won one round yet. You haven't
Out of
won,
eight. Out of eight, yeah.
You've won the opening kill once.
And like you said, even then they didn't get the round win. So yeah, it's just going from bad to worse for the side of Paragon. Once we talk about their mechanical abilities, once it is their mechanical abilities that fail them. This has happened constant times, not just once or twice. We just talked about how in 7 of the rounds it was Makers Academy getting the opening kill. A few of the times it's their strategic choices, not opting for the roam clear as well. In Clubhouse, even though they just played one round of their attack on Clubhouse, that was also just a very direct attack. They didn't go for a very big roam clear, I'd say. They had players positioned towards the first floor, no doubt about that, and they went for roam clear there as well. It wasn't a full map clear, I'll give it to them, but they kind of gave it a shot, to say the very least. However, on Consulate, now that they'll be attacking for 6 rounds, this is where they'll have to flesh out their entire roam clear, and more so on a large map like Consulate. Consulate isn't small by any means, one of the largest maps vertically and horizontally. So over here, it's gonna come down to Paragon making the best with what they've got. You mentioned nicely that it is just the first round. Let's give them a few more to thoroughly develop what they have in place, and only then can we judge how exactly will Paragon go for these roam clears and these attacks.
I feel the biggest shift that we can see when we flip from one team to the next on Makers versus Paragon is that we see one team is a lot more rehearsed when things go wrong or don't go their way. They have that coordination. Makers Academy, they have that natural chemistry that you can see in the way they position. When Apex is trapped in closet, you have someone looking yellow, so that Apex only has to worry about the window and somebody swinging. Realistically, it's something we're not seeing from Paragon. We're seeing them just start pushing in one at a time. And I feel like it's something that, as much as important as it is, it only comes with time. And that's where we're going to see the development of Paragon take place. But as the round starts out, that's not something they can bank on right now. Restin looking for that spawn peak, and I think Makers Academy feeling very confident about going for it, based on the performance of the last 2 maps. They are going for the spawn peaks, most of the players are, but none of them are actually going to be able to find the kill. None of them are even going to fire off a single shot. They're just going to wait and say, okay, hell, screw you, Creedy. The Caster's Curse is here. Restin would like to get a kill onto Bill, being able to pick that off the Nomad and shut down a lot of that roam denial.
That is, and now Paragon are retaliating. They are firing back. They have gotten the kill onto Rastin himself. So there it is. The front line of both the teams has gone off the board. Now it's going to come down to the anchors. Now it's going to come down, well, for the side of Paragon, they're a bit lucky. They still have Kaz and Taps in play. So they can entry frag all they want. They have the powerful guns. They have the powerful utility as well. It's all going to come down to what they make of the situation. How exactly will they utilize that? Over here, they have drones. They are drone quite deep into the site. Now the thing is, how exactly will they act on this information? Sure, you can get all the information on the world. You can spy on 7 billion people, but you have to act on this. You have to go for the kills. As an attacker, it is you who has to initiate gunfights. It is you who has to go into the crosshairs, into the territory of the defenders. And now the passive gameplay of Paragon doesn't suit them here. They have to be the ones on the front foot. They have to be pushing the gas pedal. Only then will the round go in their favor. Only then will the entire map go in their favor, essentially.
Katsola's able to find a kill onto Riley, shutting down that CEO window presence. That gives Makers Academy so much more comfort when it comes to their backs. But Kaz is going to be shooting from the front, finding the kill onto Killiator. Taps is looking to push in, unable to find the kill. Will give the information away to Wes, who knows they're playing there, trying to get that Banshee. But now Wes is just going to pre-fire, and there's the shots landing out. Taps taking some damage, but pulling back. Kaz coming around to try and support, but the 3 versus 2 as West will go down, and now nobody in Makers is there to help. Now they have to rely on the time. Now they have to rely on individual gun skill, and these angles created. If someone tries to finish off West, Apex is there to pick them up. If somebody tries to go through long desk, then that's why you have Katsola. But Katsola, he's going to be looking towards Visa Stairs, finding Taps, as Kaz is able to finish off Wes, finding that kill, taking the Malusi off the board. But Apex is there to down Milo, and now Kaz just found a kill onto 1. He has to find a kill onto 2 more with 13 seconds left. Has to rush through this front office. Has to rush into meeting. Pre-fire again, getting the plan. This is going to be a huge ask. Taking damage from Apex. Katsola will finish things up. And I feel for Paragon, there was... The one key thing is there was a lack of support on connector or balcony.
Oh my, you stole the words right out of my mouth here, because, you know, we've been mentioning the mechanical ability of Paragon all throughout. Over here, I was going to talk about their strategic decisions, especially in the final 30 seconds. You know, they had the man advantage. It was a 3 versus 2. Yet, I'm just speculating over here. We'll first talk about how the round went. So, you know, they had 2 people on coming from Visa Stairs, coming from admin, just pushing inside meeting room, ready to go inside the objective, ready to plant the diffuser as well. However, they chose to make Ash go to first floor meeting, throw her Ash breach, sure, that killed the down player. But you see how much time it wasted. In the final 10 seconds, the Ash had to repel her way all throughout the admin. And in those 15 seconds, as Ash was trying to, you know, use her breaching round to get the kill onto the down player, I mean, the remaining 2 attackers, they weren't doing much. They tried going for the push solo, or should I say in that duo. However, the different angles of the defenders just completely picked them off one by one. And here's where I'll speculate a bit. So, you know, we've been talking about the herd mentality, the grouping of the Paragon players a lot, especially in their defense, that when trouble comes to them, they just huddle up, and they stay together. They don't go for individual plays a lot, and this is where that group mentality comes again. They had 3 people, all 3 of them were together, all 3 of them chose to just push from that admin stairs. None of them, not one person, went from yellow stairs or spiral. I mean, how influential would that have been had Ash gone from spiral stairs, getting that kill onto Jaeger, or catching Mute off guard? Just imagine, that could have completely and severely dismantled the defense of Makers Academy. But oh well, here we are, round number 3. Let's hope Paragon can improve from here.
Yeah, and I think moving forward, if you're looking at this Paragon, I hope you are. I feel have a player towards connector or balcony. That's all I want to say, but now we're going to focus on this round itself. Rastin feeling a lot of pressure in admin. That's why Killiator's nearby as well. Apex is able to find the kill using that rook onto Taps as Killiator takes some damage in Printer, but returns it as well. Now Rastin knows the flank is covered, meaning Rastin has a lot of angles to cover, but not have to worry about the back. Knows about Kaz and can hold the angle onto them, but Rastin's going to get the pixel onto Riley first, taking away the Jackal yet again. That's the roam clear being removed, and yet again, we're seeing Paragon not having an answer at all. They have players ready for the flank as Bill's able to pick up Wes, but it's a top floor site. They're just drawing you downstairs to deal with you, and Katsola is even trying to run out at this point. It's not even a top floor site. I'd like to apologize for that, but Apex, holding the long angle from benches, finds one before being traded out.
Oh, right now, Makers Academy is still in control. Paragon are very close to the actual bomb site. However, the defenders, they are closer. They are holding the angles. They know where the attackers are, and they know where to expect them as well. They know the attackers are holed up towards the eastern side of the map, and they can try and go for the kills. In this case, well, we saw one person try and go for the kill, which is, of course, Cleator on the Melusi. Not rewarded in this case. However, will Paragon expect another defender in the same angle? They do expect, and they do get the kill. That is Kaz once again with the triple in this round. And before you know it, right in front of our very eyes, Paragon are actually in the advantage. It's a 2v1. Ash has the diffuser. Kaz has been playing quite good, and so has Bill. They can form an attack, they can form and execute. They have 40 seconds, and let's see what they make of this round. Slow and steady will surely win the pace.
Yes, the biggest problem for them, though, is Cat Solar being on the top floor. Having that verticality to just dominate. If there's information coming out on the side of Maker's Academy, Cat Solar's going to know, and he's going to have the advantage of the positioning. Paragon aren't aware, but now they are as Cat Solar fires a shot towards Spiral. Paragon moving all the way to Piano because of this as the plant does start to go down. And that's it. That's Nomad giving some damage in Bill. But Cat Solar, he wants to stick the kill. He's going to keep on pushing, but he's not going to get it. And Paragon...
First round.
The first round in 2 maps, as you say, they are able to pick it up and bring something back on their map, and it took a lobby press. But then that brings the thought to me, CCV, of, well, now we're back to the bottom floor if Makers want to be.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this 1 minute of happiness is quickly subsided by the 1 hour of melancholy and very much sadness, following and now seeing the next objectives. I still think, deep down in my heart, even though I predicted Makers Academy would win, almost all of us did, I still want, in a way, for Paragon to have their brighting up moment. In movies when the protagonist just hits rock bottom and then they start building up from there. This, to me, I want it to be that moment for Paragon. I want it to be their rising, their shining. And only now from here I want to see the improvement, even though, yes, rationally I don't think they will end up winning this map. It's highly impractical to think of that right now, looking at how Clubhouse went. I still think that they are setting, or they are embarking on a journey to improve, and it is their future games that I'm looking forward to. I'm talking very much into the future. These are the kind of things you say post games, and in the post match show that, okay, once a team has played, now you say, okay, their future games, they have to be better. But I'll say it now because I think that Paragon, they have it in them to win gunfights. They have it in them to go for correct strategic decisions. It just isn't as frequent as a team of their caliber should have, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel there's a lot of potential moving forward, and that I am looking forward to seeing how they play throughout this series, so about that, throughout this league in general, and if they can bring up this advantage, and work on the improvements. Like I said, I want to see them. We are going to see a very heavy west side push, and Taps finally, that Jackal, finding that first kill. Probably something we saw when we saw Taps being able to flank on Clubhouse. Maybe Makers Academy getting a bit too ahead of themselves, because now they've lost that early player. There's still Romas on the top floor. They haven't been touched yet. Apex, he's still sitting pretty, but Katsola trying to peek this as well, and does a little bit of damage, but doesn't land the kill. And I feel Makers Academy, there's still a very strong chance that they'll win this round based on what we see from Clubhouse. But Paragon, this is a much better start for them.
It totally is. I think for Paragon, they just need to focus on the roam clear right now. I was about to say the Nomad entering Consulate office, trying to, well, block off some of the angles, some of the entrances using her air jabs. But now she's been killed off. And now we are back to square one. We're back to a 4v4. So I'd say that now that the man count is equal, Paragon are going on the back foot. You see how far away they are from the map. They are hesitant to make their entry into the site. We'll see Milo and Kaz over here together, hoping to get some sort of map control, hoping to just clear out a few of the players. However, Makers Academy, they're smart about this. They're quite widespread out. We have Killiator playing the mute over here in bathroom. Meanwhile, Apex on the bandit, holding a crossfire. If the attackers start pushing in towards meeting hallway, he can just wide peek it and get easy kills. And as we say that, it's gonna be Ash, as a matter of fact, getting the kill onto Jaeger. So now the defenders, the roamers, should I say, they have a chance to fall back into the site, and I really think they should. However, they're gonna push for kills.
I really think Apex, I know you, and I know what's going through your head, and I feel you shouldn't be going for this kill. I feel Killiator, the position you're in right now, it has to be pushed out. It's one we've seen Rastin love to play before. But Killiator, I'm excited to see how he deals with this, because you have to push him out, you have to deal with him, and Rastin's able to finally kill onto Riley, being able to even it out. Apex is still on the top floor, only one player on the site, and that's Rastin. A push through sight now could be huge, but Apex, he's going to come up huge anyway. He finds one, he finds two. Milo's able to find a refrag, opening up sight, but now it's just down to Milo in that 1 versus 2, and Apex will pick up another one. Absolutely huge drop for him, and absolutely a clippable moment.
That was a 4K, if I'm not wrong, coming from Apex right now. And yeah, just playing beautifully. Nothing much to be said about that. And there isn't much except to just appreciate what happened over here. And Makers Academy, once again, the end of the first round on Garage and Cafeteria was once again, holding that top angle from Piano all the way to the main breach. And in poetic fashion, that's how round 4 ended as well. And speaking of that, I think much like map 1, in a poetic manner, I'm starting to believe that's how map 2 will end as well. Not the same score, but Makers Academy, they are slipping away with this. They are on defense. On Conslet, sometimes a lot of people say it is favored to the attackers just slightly. A few people say that no, in general, Rainbow Six Siege is favored for the defenders. So Conslet really, to me, I cannot make a very good judgment about who it really favors and to which side it is really inclined for. But what I can say is, if a team is looking this strong, if a team, after losing the initial gunfight, after being in a 3v4 situation with 1 minute remaining and 2 of those players are roaming, only 1 person in sight, yet you can make that round converted into a win, then regardless if they are on attack or on defense, I still think that the team is going to win regardless. So I think that Makers Academy, they have good chances over here. Paragon, they are showing some nice charm, some nice events of being quite well. They're getting entry kills, they are getting a bit of map control. Their executions, though a bit hesitant, I still believe that they're good enough. It's just that they're losing, that's it. And that's all that we can say about this. Now that we will see Conslet meeting once again for another time, let's hope that they improve on their attack.
I think the best way to describe Paragon at this point is raw. A lot of the ingredients that you need for a good team are there, but they're not refined yet. They're not constructed in a way that really you'll start seeing the tangible results. But Rastin, peeking just at the right time to know that there's someone there, but not quick enough to notice to actually be able to get the peek. Will be crouch walking up these white stairs. Rastin, if you can avoid being detected by this camera, which at this point in the round you won't be. That's Jackal being taken away, and Rastin just slinks back into the night. The opening frag yet again going in favor of Makers.
Makers Academy looking extremely strong, as they have been for the past. Well, for the past, who knows, for since the start of their season, even against Speechless. But for now, they know where the attackers are, where the majority of the attackers are, and well, they are reacting to it. Killiator holding this very nice angle onto yellow stairs, gets a double there, and completely stopping, halting the attackers dead in their tracks. This time, Paragon tried for a different attack. This time they tried entering and executing from the west side of the map, from yellow stairs. However, they just weren't good enough in their 1v1s, and it just so happens that Makers Academy capitalized on that. They have the map control, and well, before you know it, Paragon, all of them are crumbling down, all down to Sledge.
Yeah, so all down to Riley on the roof, puts a frag grenade down to Skylight, but this round I think we can pretty much determine is over. Any move Riley makes now is going to be watched like a hawk. The ace has to come out for a win, and there's a minute left on the clock, and I think Riley, now's a good time to sit on the roof and give your team the opportunity to just work out what went wrong. Because that you're going to benefit a lot more from that than trying to go for a clutch, trying to just tell your team to shut up. So, honestly, I feel this round, it started very much with aggression from Makers Academy that Paragon didn't expect, in the form of Rastin. And I think it's just coming into Makers' playstyle as they're aware that they can quite easily win these ones. And I gotta be honest, Killiator, I'm very easily seeing why Makers picked him up, being a very strong performer so far. And yeah, I think just this 20 seconds, they're going to be vital for Paragon. They're going to be heading into the last round of the half. How do they want to try and deal with this? Riley now is going to be looking for a couple of kills, but not really for a round win. If you can get Katsola, that's huge. but you're not really going to get much out of it. Katsola will get taken out, Riley will pad the KD, but immediately refrag from Killiator, and let's just hope that Paragon used this time well, and they've discussed what went wrong.
I think this is a time where they need to huddle together and they need to tackle the problem of just losing their gunfights. Because in all honesty, regardless of what strategy you opt for, regardless of what kind of execute you want to go for as an attacker, whether you want to push towards consulate office coming from yellow stairs or you want to push towards meeting coming from admin stairs, it's going to come down to gunfights. Even more so when you're up against a team such as Makers Academy. So for the side of Paragon, not much. I think one of the prime examples where Makers Academy are just excelling in their gunfights had to be that yellow stairs, where I think it was Killiator who got that 2K onto a few of the attackers, two of the attackers, and after that there wasn't much to say. The entire attack just stopped. Nothing else. One person was, I think it was. It was Tabs. Sorry, it was Riley playing the sledge who was rappelling by the bathroom window. Couldn't do much, like you mentioned. He took the time, and the entire team took the time to talk over what went wrong, and again, how can they improve? Huh?
I feel like moving into this round, Makers Academy, that I think it's quite safe to say they've won this half so far. But on defense, 4-2 at least is not it's not a surprising skill. It's not a surprising line. Yes, I've noticed it as well. Apex will be going for this spawn peak here in Piano. Katsolo will be going for the boss G ACOG, and I believe we will be watching it very closely. But nobody's spawning there. Paragon very safe with their spawns. They're not gonna... They've lost a couple of players at this point to spawn peaks. They know Makers like doing it. We're just gonna have to see if Katsola comes into play a bit later on with that beautiful slug shotgun. However, we will see Paragon making their entrance towards Visa. The information immediately coming out onto the board. Makers Academy knowing there's a Jackal, knowing roughly where that player is, but Rastin very much worried about the wallbang coming through.
Yeah, for the side of Makers Academy right now, like you mentioned, they know about the attack, they know where the room clear is going to come as well, where the initial gunfights will take place, so they have their best players situated towards there. They know how exactly, I mean, they have a mind map on how this round will progress further and how it will end maybe. So I guess it's going to come down to the players of Paragon to change things up. They have information. We just got a very, very nice drone towards Z hallway, I guess is what people call it over there. But yeah, they're going to try their best. They have the information. They're acting on it as well. There it is. Even though the first kill did go in favor of Makers Academy, Paragon have replied back. They have retaliated. We are still on an equal man count. Half the round has progressed, and there it is. The attackers are gaining advantage slowly but surely. I can hear in the distance the slug shotgun, or there it is, creeping, just trying to break the hatch open and break the spirits of the shotgun shells. There it is. The hatch is now open. Katsula with that amazing angle and with the nice gun. Let's see, like you said, let's hope he can make something out of it.
Yes, Apex though is able to find Kaz, shutting down the Ash, shutting down that entry for Paragon so far. Now we're seeing Katsola yet again in meeting, ready for this push. It's something that Paragon have done before and Makers have read into. Last time we saw Katsola, he was playing here as a 1-my, but now he's going to be looking for the kill. The boss, he knows the player's there, but doesn't see the head, waiting for that clean Twitter clip. But it's not happening just yet. It looks like Paragon, they want to play it safe. Milo not wanting to overexpose, and now they're pushing towards site now. They're moving on their way. Rastin is trying to get some pre-fire, swinging down spiral stairs. But at this moment, as the bullets are landing, but not on the Paragon players, Apex is able to find a kill. Rastin getting one of their own. Bill looking to just clear up the whole area. Will melee that Legion mine, but Katsola already knows, and that's it. That's Makers Academy getting that 5-1 split. And very much getting that first half under their belt. And I think we could say they won it very confidently.
They have nice shot, and yeah, I mean, I cannot take my mind off of the boss team, and I think even the Makers Academy, the game that they had against Speechless, there were a few rounds where you could say Makers Academy were memeing around a bit. I remember one round specifically on Oregon where there was a blitz Finca and oh god knows which other operator was there as well. But yeah, I forgot who was casting that game, whether it was Eback and Barnowl or Eback and Cherry. But the two casters had also mentioned that the Makers Academy, even though they bring such wild guns into the play, even though they can bring the most weirdest of weapons of guns, basically they still get kills out of them, and that is just their mechanical ability in the flesh, live as an example in front of us.
I think that comes down to when you see really mechanically skilled players playing operators like maybe guns that aren't the best, that you wouldn't want in your hands, like say that Orge 3 or maybe even the DMR on Twitch. Realistically, if you put a bad gun in the hands of someone who is mechanically talented, they'll still find a way to really perform with that weapon. I think that is essentially what you're hinting on. Makers Academy, they have the experience, they have the skill to take these disadvantages, know exactly what's happening and the disadvantage they put themselves at, and they've prepared to deal with that accordingly. What I like to see from Riley here, as we are on the bottom floor now, we're seeing a very similar hold to the Makers Academy side, but Riley's on that full roam over in Archive, holding that position, hoping that Makers Academy don't go for the Visa push. Now this can either go great or it can go horribly. Only time will tell.
Time will certainly tell how this round progresses further and further for both Makers Academy and Paragon. For Makers Academy, of course, they'd like to get over this entire map and this entire best of two as quickly as possible, not give a lot of rounds away to their opponents, because again, round difference is what the league comes down to at the end if two teams have the same points to their tally. As of now, I don't think any other team will have the points when compared to Makers Academy, because if they end up winning Consulate, they'll have a total of 12 points, all 4 of their maps won, and it looks like they're on good track. Already Raston with that kill onto Taps, securing the entry frag, not only that, but securing the man advantage as well. Look at, I mean, you compare the roam clear of Paragon versus Makers Academy, it's stark. The contrast is stark. Makers Academy, with 1 minute in the action phase, they have the entirety of second and first floor under their control, and now they can start executing vertically and horizontally onto the side. They can even open up the breach. Whatever they'd like is gonna come true.
Yes. Now, it's seemingly a flawless run click coming out from Makers, like you said. They've dispatched Taps, and I'm going to be honest, I didn't even notice that player being taken out immediately, but Bill looked to have a bit more of an impact, is able to get that gunfight onto Rastin, shutting down that soft breach. But Apex is 10-1, and he's more than happy to keep padding those stats. Riley able to find a kill onto Wes, but Apex immediately on the hunt. He is the Apex Predator of the Makers lineup. If there is somebody you can expect to see pushing for these kills and driving to make opportunities for their team, it is Apex. But Killiator, he's been looking to give a hand as he's able to find Bill as well, and now we're just seeing things seemingly fall apart for Paragon. They have a lot of site control, they've isolated Maestro. If they want to go for a push, they can, and with Kaz being taken out, that means Riley's on their own. The plank can come down, the Older has to clutch it up in this 2v1 scenario. We've seen a couple of 2v1s before, but it's only paid off for Paragon once, and that was when they had the man count in their favor. Now, Apex can just play for this post plant. They know where the Maestro is. They know that that time is ticking down the Maestro. It knows the plant is coming and it's going to push towards Spiral. But Apex doesn't know that they're actually pushing up Spiral and will walk down Yellow. We're just seeing ring around the rosy here at this point, CC. But time is ticking down. We need to see Riley stepping up, and Apex is just going to shut him down instead. Makers Academy, they will pick up match point. They will be 1 round away from closing out this entire series 14-1.
Oh boy. And yeah, I mean, for Paragon, not much to say, just losing your ones, whether it was your roamers, your anchors, even towards the end, at I believe the 50-second mark, 2 of the defenders were alive, which were Mute and Maestro respectively. Yet, looking at how disconnected they were, just, one of them in Archives, the other in in Kitchen, it's all over the place. And yeah, looking at the scoreboard as well, once again, Apex 83% survival rate. I think in the previous round he had somewhere around 57%, 58%, something like that. It has jumped up. 100% cost for him and Rastin. Trade difference, Entry KD match rating reaching a stark 2.23. There's no stopping this man.
Honestly, like I said, Apex is one of those Sentinel players in my opinion. He's one of those entry fraggers that do more than just entry. You've got Apex, the opportunities he creates for his team, it just allows for so much more than just, oh, you've got to kill the rest of the team to step up. He's not that player that will just say, oh, I'll force you to go burr. He will, like, I've seen him play, he will coordinate with the team, he'll make sure that he cement himself as a memorable player to me at least. But as you can see on that, like you said, the cost, the trade difference, the survivability. At this point, you're seeing Apex as someone who just dictates the round. It grabs it by the neck and says, this is how it's going to go. I'm going to go in, I'm going to find some kills for my teammate, and I'm going to allow them to operate in a situation and go for these plants in a situation that just favors us. But the split plant, this is it. This is where I think Paragon are really going to have the best opportunity to pick up a round, but it's something makers have seen before. They've seen split plants, and without a mirror on the board, it's a lot harder to shut down that bottom floor.
Yeah, and I think as a defender, I'm not sure which tier 1 team started going for this strategy, but they started bringing Goyo as well into the mix, placing a lot of Goyo shields on first floor admin to try and hold some of the angles towards archives safely so that attackers cannot kill you. And if attackers choose to well plant in admin, well, those Goyo shields can now act as explosives, pumping fire into the veins and towards the skin of the attackers and making them flush out of the room. So I think not going for that variation of the strat are Paragon right now. They're going for a bit of a traditional take. They have completely taken control of Garage. They have they have reinforced it and electrocuted the walls as well. They have the pulse playing as you always do. I mean, he's a staple of this strategy. You need to have as much information as you can. However, it's what you can act on that information. And now we'll see the attackers are pushing in. It's all down to the defenders of Paragon to keep their hopes up and to keep the map flowing in a steady manner.
Yes, now where Paragon are really going to be able to bring this round up is those 4 C4s on the board. The call center from hell, but Makers Academy are prepared for it, and as you can see, West is going to be safe from that plant, sitting on that desk. Now they need to pull back, as Katsola is able to find a kill off their own. Killiator shutting down this spiral push, able to find a hipfire kill onto Taps. Now, like I said, Makers Academy, they just have to hold back. Kaz is able to pick up Riley, but Riley will fall very quickly. Bill has to look for a kill with Kaz. They need to go for this post plant. Katsola getting down by Kaz. Something can happen here, and Bill's ready to finish off the kill. Now it's a 4 versus 2 though. That's only 1 kill and they need 4 more. They need to do it and be on the diffuser by 7 seconds. Killiator going down. Bill playing below as well. Not there to go for the refrag onto Kaz, who will get taken down by Apex. And time ticks past the point of no return. And Makers Academy have won this series. But the question is, can Bill get a kill? No, they can't. And that is it. CCV 14-1 to Makers Academy.
Oh boy. Not much can be said that or hasn't already been said about Makers Academy. Much like their original team, much like the main Makers roster, just plowing their way through. And of course, Makers the actual roster is heading on to Siege, the invitationals. But these players also, it looks like they'll head on to the championship brackets very anytime soon, since the way they are playing, having 12 points on board, the round difference, I think they have only lost a total of 5 rounds. I may be wrong on this, I need to double check this. 6 rounds. They've played 4 maps, lost 6 rounds so far in the Contenders division. That is mind-blowing how well Makers Academy have been performing over here. They played Clubhouse, they've played Oregon, now they've played Consulate as well, and a very, very stable and sturdy victory for them.
Well, I think it's quite clear to see why I was so excited to cast this game, and a very bright future is definitely ahead of Makers Academy. But we need to talk about Paragon, because they have actually performed quite well, in my opinion, given the odds, the 6 in the leaderboard going up against the top. Paragon definitely not having the same amount of experience, so it's a team that there's a lot to learn from, and the question is, moving forward, will we see that development? Will they look at these VOD reviews? Will they look at these strats and say, okay, here are the weak points? Which, in my opinion, I think we're going to see quite a bit. Coming up is going to be that first gunfight. how are they positioning? How are they micromanaging and coordinating with their team to make sure that they win these gunfights? And that's something, if they can bring that up, I expect to see to be able to pick up more than just one round in our series moving forward, at least.
I think so. To be honest, I think Makers Academy, it was a very big boulder in their journey. When they played against Rocket Gaming, they had better chances, they had better results as well, since they had a tie on Consulate, and they had I believe the final score was what, 7-2. It's still an extreme result, however a bit better than how they performed against Makers Academy. So I think that Paragon, they have a lot to perform as well. They were in the majors division in the previous season. They have had a fall from grace this time around. However, I still think that they can improve on it, and they can strengthen themselves further and further for their next games against whichever opponent it might be.
Yeah, however, though, that is this series done for now. Later, coming up, we will have Fallacy going up against the Last Resort. Now, this is a game that I'm quite excited for. Last Resort, yet again, they've also come from ECS as well. They've played with Makers Academy. They're also a very special team. Fallacy, I haven't seen that much of. I'm quite excited to see how they'll be playing, but you will have to wait up for that. This has been myself, McCready, and joining me has been the Royal CCV, watching Makers Academy take the win over Paragon Esports.
In my life.
Stop the time, hold your breath, you're the only one I see. Breathe me in, taste your lips, you're the only high I need. I'm losing control, your eyes entice me. And just letting go, your hold is tightening. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me my mind. You're the only trip I need. I'm losing control. Your eyes entice me. Just letting go. Your hold is turning. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over. I feel you rushing through my veins. Our bodies getting closer. Your heartbeat drives me insane. I feel you taking over. You're the only high I need. I feel you taking over. I feel you taking over. Nobody like you. Nobody like you. Nobody like you. No, nobody like nobody like you.
to say what you wanna hear. I will bite my tongue till I disappear. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'll play the part of whomever you want me to be, 'cause my identity has been lost to me. Lost to me, lost to me. Take me apart, let the pieces fall to the cold ground where they belong. I'm hanging on to every word that you breathe, because my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. To say what you wanna hear. I will
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to ECS Rainbow Six Siege. As you can guys see, I've got a screenshot of McCready, who claims to be named Kangaroo Kenny alongside me. That's just a bit of a tech glitch right there. We actually do have Kenny on the desk this evening, so he'll be joining us momentarily. And there he is. There's the Kangaroo man himself. How are you doing?
Oh man, I was stuck behind a slow coach getting home from work, but obviously it's better to be slow than fast. Don't rush. It's icy out
Yeah.
there today in the UK, so better to be home and nice and dry than in a bush somewhere.
Yeah, I totally relate to that 100%. Either way, though, in case if you guys are just tuning in, we have just witnessed MKERS Academy go up against Paragon, claiming 2 maps all to themselves, but the second match of the evening, that is going to be Fallacy versus The Last Resort for the time being. And as you can see, we actually do have full stats for both of these 2 squads and all of their rosters in general. Just looking through the actual names so far on the side of Fallacy, we've got Mono, Enk, Tonic, Nixu, and Tricky Luda, players that we are already accustomed with, and the exact same thing can be said for The Last Resort. Hazard, Panicky, Bruno, Oculus, and Kovu. For those of you guys who don't know exactly what happened last week, well, The Last Resort, they went up against Team Manic and managed to actually only take 1 map all to themselves with an actual round differential of 10-9 between Team Manic. On the other side of the spectrum, Fallacy, they walked away from last week with 2 dubs to their name, grabbing the maximum amount of points. So I think it's safe to say, Kenny, that we have definitely got ourselves a really, really interesting matchup on our hands tonight.
Oh, 100%. TLR coming through when I casted their match against MKERS Academy, who we've just seen take the win. They were super impressive, but MKERS Academy just bested them, and they're a strong roster and probably overall, with the notoriety of the org, second favorites, you would say, for the top, well, the second spot, obviously, in Contenders division. But we see a matchup today that will be very interesting. ENQ versus Kovu, and 2.17 KD for ENQ in the first match last week. Very impressive for a best of 2, especially. Keeping up with a 1.52 rating, that is, well, I mean, me and you personally, we figured out what the rating actually takes into account, and that's very impressive to have above a 1.5 rating. That's sublime.
Galactic. It's pretty outstanding that Enk was able to put that great of a performance up for Fallacy last week. And on the other side of the spectrum, we've got Kovu. As you can see, just by the operator picks, these 2 teams usually tend to don more often than not. They do tend to actually fill in that flex/support role more often than not. And Enk has really been killing it so far, just for Fallacy in general, and has really proved to be one of the key components for Fallacy thus far, just absolutely killing it.
Yeah, it's the two rosters. I enjoy watching them play. I think they bring an entertaining side of Siege. Obviously, there's a way of playing certain maps structurally, or just going for freedom with your players. And 2 maps which you will be seeing a lot of freedom of play: Coastline and Consulate. Can you recall any ECS best of 2 that had these 2 maps? No theme park, no cafe, no Oregon, no clubhouse, no villa. Sometimes we do see the one or the other, Consulate or Coastline, brought into the mix. Like last game, MKERS Academy, we've just seen second map was Consulate, but Coastline and Consulate, we're in for a treat.
Never before seen. It is actually still, to a certain degree, mind-boggling that we have tons of firsts left within ECS. I thought that we had already nailed all of them by now, but yeah, Consulate and Coastline within the exact same map veto in a best of 2 series, that is definitely a first. Now, the actual one thing that I want to discuss, and that is Fallacy's performance last week on Coastline, because they did play it against Aqualix, their second map of the evening. Now, we know for a fact that Fallacy, they had a very, very dominant performance on Coastline, period, and it's obviously, it just makes sense for them to actually bring out this map yet again versus The Last Resort. And the main reason why I'm saying that is because of the fact that versus Aqualix, they were able to take the dub home 7-3 after a 4-2 split, which I believe they actually had started off on the attack, if I'm not mistaken. So already we know for a fact that Fallacy, they're really, really proficient when it comes to Coastline in general. we obviously know for a fact that they have the mechanical skill that is needed, as well as the micro position coordination in some gunfights and some clearances of the roamers to just be at A++ level on the side of Fallacy. Now, on the opposite side of the spectrum with the Last Resort, if I'm not mistaken, they did not play Coastline last week, so this is going to be a first for them. Their previous two maps of last week were Cafe and Oregon, so for the time being, for the Last Resort, this is uncharted territory.
Not quite uncharted territory. They were.
It wasn't the qualifiers, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
yes. So they played
exactly.
MKERS on Coastline and were bested 7-2, which you would say against any team that's not a good result. But MKERS Academy,
No.
as we've just seen, they've came through storming. Let's hope for a slightly closer matchup and bringing maybe not a 7-0. No disrespect to Paragon, obviously. MKERS Academy are an extremely strong team, and to even bring them close to not winning a map is a win in my books. And here we have the staff predictions. Staff predict Fallacy to win, but the community predicts the other side of the Last Resort. So very interesting disparity between the people. Oh, the other way around.
You got it the other way around. Fallacy, they're favored by the community, and I think all of you guys on Twitter are probably in the right. They put up one hell of a performance last week, so I can totally understand why you're backing them. The staff on the other side, we still got faith in the Last Resort. We know that they're still kind of asleep at the wheel, especially after last week's performance, so they already get the ball rolling in general, and once again just prove to everybody within the Contenders division that they are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Quickly jumping through the bands. Ace, pretty much a novelty band right here on Coastline, does arguably actually does the hard-reaching job better than Hibana, but we are going to see how exactly this fits into the current meta because of the fact that Hibana doesn't have access to those smoke grenades, which, as we know on Coastline, with a really lot of tight CQB engagements in general, gives smoke grenades the luxury to be that much more impactful. Mirror also being removed from play, nothing too out of the ordinary. And when it comes to the last one, I really don't know who it could be, this last operator band. I'm kind of banking on either a Maestro or an Echo.
Or the third intel operator, the Valkyrie. And that's a very suitable ban for Coastline. It's a comfort ban because you don't want to be dealing with those Valk cams outside, especially if you're forced to run an IQ because you allow Valkyrie through the ban phase. It could waste your time, and of course IQ has to be in the right place that to find those Valk cams. She only has 20-meter range on that cassette threat, and that means that the exterior of Coastline, you can't just do laps around the map trying to figure out where those cams are. You have to get in the building and actually take the objective. Well, Coastline, you don't.
I mean,
you
don't
have
get me
to
wrong.
Get in the building, but
yeah, you don't have to get in the building, and don't get me wrong. Even if you have that IQ elite, unfortunately, when you're wearing that kind of a workout outfit, there's no real point to actually running around laps around the entire map because, well, elites can't be used, unfortunately. Thanks for that one, Ubisoft. But either way, getting right into the thick of things right over here. Kitchen is where we're going to be starting off, and I just really for a hot second want to talk about the actual patch notes that just released, and I think everybody within the seats, the patch not patch notes, but the dev insights, the dev blogs.
Wait,
they actually
I've been at work. You
this is news. Okay. Then you're probably just gonna want to put your hands together for what is about to be said.
Oh no!
Zofia is losing Withstand.
Okay. Kind of like a unity press thing.
Yeah, I can imagine, but hey, it's happening. At least the devs are listening. So in the next couple of months, we don't know exactly when, but either way, Zofia will be losing her Withstand indefinitely. So that is always a welcome change.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't make Zofia any less powerful. I don't think anyone's going to not be picking Zofia because she concussion to boot, and she can take away the ADSs on her own. Ash obviously is less effective at doing so after losing her stun grenades. But K5 is bringing those breach charges, and if the last floor opts for a top-down clear, those will be if we down early to the C4 on Pulse, which is going to be super effective. It could be round changing.
Obviously, for the time being, Fallacy, they're not exhibiting any kind of vertical presence. It's a lateral, it's a horizontal, one-dimensional hold of the entire first floor. But we can see that Enk, he wants to get a little bit antsy. He's going to start working his way up the main staircase, but I believe it's going to be panicky this time around to welcome him with open arms as he finds the first. Unfortunately, will be shut down. It's going to be Sebson with the reply. We're going to be back at even Steven. It's a 4v4.
Early flank coming out from Fallacy, very pungent from two players to go up the white stairs. At least Fallacy came out of that with a 1-for-1 trade, and I don't think the Nomad of Panic got any edge down. So there's potential for a flank later in the round as well. But will not be the operator to do that. Down from above, those vertical holds by Sledge are making life very, very site. They're going to have to scatter and keep up those holes to take down the Sledge before he can reap any more havoc. But as those holes, it seems that the defenders of Fallacy have vacated the site. Although offside does get by Bruno, they'll flank up the cool 5 stairs work for Teutonic. He gets a 1-for-1 trade, but unfortunately that leaves Nixu all alone in sight. Very doable clutch. He has 50 HP to his name. And I assume there's still Banshees there positioned to be able to notify him with that audio cue of when a Last Resort member is going for a push into sight. But just for now, Last Resort are taking their time. Bruno is droning out who removes that drone. Now the attack is operating. They have a and main lobby. Bruno rotating to kitchen window. This is a really good decision now from Last Resort. They know that Nixu is stuck inside of service. Bruno does make it in the kitchen window to be able to get that bomb plant down. The audio cue from the Banshee gives away the plant's position, but the sequel from Nixu goes out onto the player on kitchen floor instead of the bomb planter. He's run out of ammo. Is the cover good enough? No, it isn't. He turns the corner with a pistol, but Bruno pulls off with the SMP-11. A 4K in the first round for the Sledge of Bruno. This man is not to be messed with.
Those were some lightning fast reactions from Bruno in general. The moment that he saw the kill feed actually pop up with his teammate having gone down instantly, he just raised his finger off of the F key and immediately just pressed on both of his mouse buttons to claim the final frag of the round. That was extraordinarily well played from TLR, even though it came to a very dodgy situation in that 1v2 in general. And I've got to say, despite the fact that, well, it was Sebson. Sebson actually was taken down much earlier. Who was it? It was Nixu left on.
Yeah.
It was Nixu. I've got to really commend him as well because he genuinely gave it his all. I was actually banking on the fact that he would potentially have used this C4 to try to go for the player over by window. I'm pretty sure that C4 would have actually netted a kill if he decided to target the other player in that 1v2 situation. Then it definitely could have been doable for him. It was just unfortunate that C4 didn't quite deal enough damage to Oculus on the Zofia previously, but either way, it came down really close. TLR, they walk away with the first round, and that is going to force Fallacy's hand to move up to the top floor.
It was an unorthodox lateral hold from Fallacy. A lot of us just try and hold that theater route near a window at the top hand of which is not allowed in that it's penthouse to do the destruction that Bruno was capable and executing. But play, if Fallacy go back on site, they go for a top draw.
Oh, hello.
Oh my goodness gracious. Nixu not letting the loss of that 1 versus 1 clutch get to his head, and he's fine again.
That's immediately going to give Fallacy the man advantage in their favor for the time being, but Nixu, he's not done yet. He wants to put K5 6 feet under, and it's going to leave him on roughly 40 HP to work with. But for the time being, Last Resort, they've already lost the man. They've lost Panicky. That means that they will be prone to eventual runouts. The trade from K5 will finally come out before Sebson is able to claim 1 for himself. And we are going to see him net a second onto Sebson this time around, putting us back in a 3v3 situation after only a minute of action.
an explosive start around. TLR get the control that they were vying for. That presence down below, so they can use those frag grenades, Ash charges, and Zephyr charges. Coincidentally enough, those are the 3 operators still alive to tear apart this ceiling of the bomb site. And the only hard part of the hard floor is Enk
Mhm.
sitting on bars. That's the only anchor that is safe on downstairs.
Yeah.
Bruno now makes his way into Aquarium. He's spotted out by the Eagle and
Hmm.
he has no support. The 2 other players are downstairs, one just rotating to the big one bar, using his card
Uh-oh.
great. Able to figure out that there's no flank cam or player inside the luggage. Doesn't win the gunfight against Bruno. No! The BM from Bruno with the sledgehammer.
That was really, really unfortunate from Tonic. He could have been just a tad bit more patient, and his play had the potential to pay dividends, but he will go down early, leaving Mono and Enk in a 2v3 situation. Make that a 2v2, as Enk is going to actually place the ult on the podium and is going to clean up Oculus. This has suddenly become much more doable. I'm not exactly sure if those Maestro Evil Eyes are still online. I suspect the K5 has already dealt with them, but look at this. Enk from down below wants to cover the default plant, is going to light 2 of the players up, but to no avail. The missed shotgun is not going to clean up K5, so that spells disaster for Enk. Bruno is going to try to stink the plant with K5 providing coverage, but his days are numbered. It's now a 1v1 with Bruno being left on very low HP with the SMG-11 in hand, the perfect 810 Warthog to just power through Enk. If he makes the mistake of toying with Bruno for the time being, he comes creeping and crawling his way, presses on mouse one for the pre-fire, and he gets it, the triple on the round, and that is Enk cleaning things up on janitor duty, taking the first round in Fallacy's favor.
Bruno can win this 1v1 with Enk to do what Nixu couldn't. Win 1v1 against Bruno in a post-plant. Well, not a post-plant, near post-plant first round. Really close round. If Fallacy hadn't taken that round and the 1 versus 2 clutch didn't come out from Enk, I would have had to point fingers to the shotgun hole on the default plant spot that
same.
Enk rotated down below. He had the perfect play, but the floor wasn't shotgunned out properly, so he didn't have a clear view of the players inside of the aquarium double door onto the bomb site. We have the glorious nature of silhouettes. All he needed to do was hold mouse on with 80 bullets.
Yeah.
Out quite to perfection, so his vision was off.
Yeah, and not only that, it's kind of painful to say this, but Mono on the smoke, one of the most key anchors to ever touch Rainbow Six Siege in general, and he missed a point-blank buckshot onto K5. As I said, that would have spelled disaster, and luckily enough for Fallacy, Enk was on top of things, and he was ready to clean up after his teammates' mess, but in general, you should not be missing those kinds of spots, those kinds of shots, because it puts your teammates into really, really uncomfortable do-or-die situations. But as I said, luckily enough, that's in the past. Fallacy have walked away with the first round, being able to put themselves on the scoreboard, and now they just have to power through as many as they can while the first half still remains active.
So now we move into round 3, and first we do go back down to the yet again, they do running first round. Early run out from Tonic doesn't find anything. Alert the attack with presence down in Sunrise Park. They don't have to worry about the time in sight. And that means that they can open up multiple access for no fear of one of the better operators to go for C4. Nixu still has the availability of that C4 in hand, but he is also running with the pulse in Sunrise Barber. Now they do perfectly rotate to potentially walk.
if they're able to actually find 2 for 2 with those nitro cells, then they're going to be sitting really, really pretty. But ooh, the first nitro cell is going to leave K5 on just a slither of HP. So not the ideal usage, but the actual second nitro cell that will be tossed out is going to bear some fruit. It will be cleaned up by Mono as well, so that is immediately going to leave Fallacy in a 5v4 situation, excuse me, with K5 just a bullet away from death in general, and he's trying to be cleaned up by Tonic, but his crosshair is not on the actual heartbeat itself, so K5, he lives to fight another day.
Drones up and running.
Yeah, and something I noticed this time around, Last Resort's top floor clear has not made the usual. The flank up the Cool Vibe stairs is yet again not working out for Fallacy. It was the flank up the main lobby stairs that didn't work last time, and this time, with the man advantage, they throw it away. But the use of flank cams there was really good from Last Resort.
Indeed, yeah.
Up the Cool Vibe stairs, there was no air jab placed, so Nixu could flank freely, but a well-placed flank drone elsewhere, made to perfection. The flank was used, aided by the use of that cardiac scanner, but Hazard doesn't care about the use of the cardiac scanner. Tonic knew the position of the Hibana, but could not land the shots. The UMP against the Type 89, there's 2 very different fire rates on those 2 guns. But as I was one of my fire rate, we hit 30 seconds after this round. The Maestro lying on the floor, very unorthodox position, finds one nearly nets a second, and escapes past the kitchen window with 5 attacks, and yet again darts across after downing Hazard on the Cool Vibe stairs. 15 seconds left. Last spot are nowhere near attacking the bomb site. The Hibana is cleaned up, but as I say, that Oculus has made it on the third. Sorry, down on kitchen window. But he cannot run off the time. He's got Pink finally claiming his third kill on the round, and Fallacy's second round of the match.
I know we're just only 3 rounds into this matchup so far, but Enk has already won my MVP of the evening award. I think it's really, really well deserved. The fact that he was just doing his absolute best to remain as unpredictable as possible really worked wonders for Fallacy throughout the course of that entire round. And yes, I am pointing specifically to him proning in the kitchen doorway, catching not 1 but 2 players off guard. That was absolutely massive because that completely got rid of all of the Western presence that the Last Resort was actually trying to exhibit. And because of that, well, Fallacy, they actually managed to just reclaim control of the western part of the map in the blink of an eye by the snap of their fingers, and it was theirs again. In TLR, they were left with practically no other avenues than to just force their way in through the actual kitchen window itself, and we saw how well that went. So as far as I'm concerned, Enk already sitting on 6 kills thus far after 3 rounds. He has been doing God's work, in Fallacy, they're really, really thriving on it.
And Enk has the snap line for 3 maps. A 2-point AD after the first Playday, and already 6-1. He's gunning that top spot in of his snap.
Indeed, he is.
Yeah, so Blue Bar Sunrise Bar is now the tertiary bomb site of choice for Fallacy. That same operator line that they have run for all 3 sites. I love to see the use of the pulse every single situation. He does and has been bringing loads of intel for Fallacy's defense. Although the flank up Cool Vibe stairs didn't work, the cardiac scanner allowed Nixu to flank up with calls from Tonic. Cardiac cool. Unfortunately, that range is only 9 meters, and he can
Ang is gonna light the heck out of K5 right there by standing on the bar itself, so not the greatest start for the Last Resort already after being left on that low HP, but they're quick to recover as Panicky is gonna shut down Nixu for the time being and immediately swing the man advantage back into TLR's favor, and they want to jump the gun. It seems as if they want to try to get this execution in motion right here and right now, but it's gonna be shut down by Enki, who finds the first, but Oculus, he's actually gonna respond by shutting down Mono. So already plenty of action taking place within the first 60-ish seconds, and it's going to leave Fallacy on the back foot.
And this is why you see Hibana and Ace stand out so much on Coastline, because that power position on the playing shield. All 3 ADSs dedicated to that position. 1x Kairos, pellet, all of that utility. All wait as Fallacy waits away in this round. They are falling apart, but Henk is trying his utmost to keep them in it. He finds a headshot from above, but meanwhile, the plant is going down in the safe corner inside of Sunrise. Tonic is miles away from Henk. Does go for a flank up the Sunrise window. Nets one, but can't find the second as the detection is his downfall. It's all up to Tonic. Last spot inside of office, but rotates towards jungle. Very low HP, and hopefully for the last resort, someone was on that drone to call out his position. This is a very tall order for Tonic as the time ticks away. The two attackers split and just holding their angles outside. He gets a little bit of intel from the cardiac scanner, spots one outside the top. Free fire comes from the Sophia of Oculus and short.
They are able to equalize things out, and, well, the last resort, quite literally being able to stick it to Fallacy after the previous 2 rounds. They will tie up the scoreline in a neat little bow, and we are going to quickly pause while we let K5 just get back into the lobby, but let's go ahead and quickly digest and actually try to pinpoint exactly what went wrong in that particular round for Fallacy. Obviously, we can't take this away from TLR because they were on point. They were landing a lot of really, really crucial shots in general, and especially the entry frag that came out from Oculus onto Mono. That was just gold. That was right on the money. Getting rid of your smoke that early on meant that, well, Fallacy, they didn't necessarily have anything to try to delay the execution as it was literally coming towards them, because we saw that the last resort, they wanted to go bing, bang, boom, pow, right into the bomb site, which they did because of the fact that they were able to remove Mono off the face of the earth that quickly. But on the side of Fallacy, yet again, as soon as Mono had gone down, it seemed as if they were in dire straits and they didn't know how to respond. They didn't know how to sort of, reinstantiate the pace of the round, and they seemed to get overrun rather spectacularly by TLR.
Fallacy also very set in stone with these 5 operators. They bought these 5 operators now for all 5 rounds, it looks like, unless they do go for a 6th pick this time around. And the Thatcher ban from TLR, they haven't really played into that. Yes, they themselves, Fallacy, banned Ace, but TLR have been running Hibana every single round. And when you go for that blue bar strat, the safe corner that Smoke was playing behind the shield, stacked with ADSs, you know that the Hibana's main goal is going to be shoot some X-Kairos on the reinforced wall, and all of that is nonchalant. But
Yeah.
Thatcher's banned. Someone could just bring, even if you don't want to play mute, if you're not comfortable with the SMG11, Bandit's available, Cade's available. Cade maybe not a mainstay pick on Coastline because there's not much reinforced wall interactivity, but Bandit brings a great gun in the MP7, brings a C4, and we've seen how much devastation Bruno has been doing from above. You bring an extra C4, maybe in place of, well, I wouldn't know what to, maybe not the Maestro, because Enk has been going absolutely incredible on Maestro.
On the subject of Enk, he was playing behind the bar himself, and he had 2 impact grenades in his back pocket, which, well, he could have potentially tried to toss out towards the actual gym side of things where the X-Kairos were stuck onto the wall. Maybe that could have actually impact trick some of the X-Kairos pellets. I really can't say, because at that certain point, if you've got a wiggle peek with that doorway to get off a successful impact trick, you really, really are dancing with the devil, and you're exposing yourself. You're making yourself really, really uncomfortable. But if that is the length that you have to go to ensure that Mono stays alive for as long as possible, then Fallacy, they definitely have to consider it, or at the very least consider shaking up this operator lineup, as you said.
Well, the other question, TLR have to attack Hooker. They were unsuccessful in their first attack onto Hooker, and they lost a few bodies very early on in an explosive start to the round, trying to take ground floor control. Potentially, if they, and I didn't see them make much use of the controls down below. Smoke was still sat behind the pink bar in billiards. Maestro was still able to sit on the single wall between the 2 bomb sites and Hooker. There wasn't much use of that presence down below that they forfeited 2 deaths for. So maybe they just want to go for a flat take through Penthouse, open up the VIP wall with the Hibana, then rotate round Aqua and go that way. But they have the soft destruction and the nades on Bruno, obviously, to make use of the presence that they fight so hard for down below.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. By the time that the dust had actually settled in that particular round, we found ourselves in a 3v3 scenario with Tonic trying to make some magic happen as he was actually pushing in the through luggage solo, and he got a little bit antsy. He took a couple of shots prematurely, and he ultimately ended up biting the dust because of it. Quite literally just being outright punished by, I think it was Bruno on the sledge going in for the wide swing as well back then. But yeah, obviously there is a lot of merit to what you're saying. TLR in that position when they had the man advantage in that 3v2 scenario, there were definitely a lot of different things that they potentially could have done. Obviously, when the eventual execution did come, the first sort of warning sign that was being waved was Enk, who had dropped down below into blue bar and was using those vertical angles to his advantage. And obviously, when you're that low on time, you have to really either commit to the execution or fully commit to clearing out that roamer in a favorable gunfight scenario, and then trying to work your way up the staircase eventually. I mean, it does cost some time, but it's still doable at that certain point. But obviously, when it comes to TLR's actual post plant setup in general, they were both working their way in through billiards from Aqua itself. And I know you're in a 2v2 scenario, but there is still something that could have been done differently. Potentially a repel over by the big window of billiards to try to shut down Mono the moment he goes for a wide swing. Something else could have been done because obviously they were walking into Enk's line of fire as he was down below in blue bar, and they managed to get away by the skin of their teeth. And as I said, that could have spelled disaster, and it definitely did. They managed to get away with it, but Bruno with the 1v2 clutch was just really outstanding for Fallacy in general. But yeah, moving into this next round on hookah and billiards, I think the TLR have definitely learned from some of the mistakes that have been made in their previous attack and their previous endeavors to try to secure a round on hookah. So I'm fairly certain that they'll be able to recover with almost no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. And when I last saw TLR play Coastline, it was against Makers. The only rounds that they managed to secure were on their defense, and their defenses looked a lot stronger than their attacks. And on a map like Coastline, if you do have strong defenses, the map usually will go in your favor. So the question is, how many defense rounds can Fallacy rack up? We have 2 rounds left in the first half, and potentially a
Yeah.
4-2 split on the cards for Fallacy. This bomb site hooker, they won it last time. It was a 1 versus 2 clutch, but I thought the defense did work very well for Fallacy. And then they can go back down to kitchen, which yet again, I think the adaptation from Fallacy with just playing more aggressive, especially and wasting TLR's time as
Yeah.
we come back to our wonderful faces. And
Mhm.
I'd like to apologize anyone listening if I have been underwater. Hopefully I'm not anymore. I've changed my browser, gone from goddamn Chrome. That's
Yeah.
that's gone in the
I'm pretty.
past.
Or you might have just tossed out your scuba diving headgear. I really don't know.
Yeah. Well, not a well-known fact. I work as a scuba diving instructor.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. That was just a random joke to try to fill in with the whole being underwater thing. I had no idea that you are a
And I
scuba
was going
instructor.
along with your joke. I'm not a scuba diving instructor.
I ruined it. God damn it.
I wish I was a scuba diving instructor. Think of that. I'd go to Madagascar, go to Africa, South
That
America,
would be pretty
Bahamas.
fun.
You'd just be traveling around the world working.
Curacao, the Caribbeans. Yeah, that'd be outstanding, man. I actually can't even remember the last time I did any proper scuba diving. It must have been somewhere around 3 years ago. My, such what an experience. Have you ever been scuba diving?
Yeah, I went in Australia. Great Barrier Reef
Right,
was pretty
right,
spectacular.
right. It is spectacular indeed.
Yeah, if
Well, for the time being, Twitch chat, we don't have the lobby full, so we can't resume the match for the time being. So we are just going to continue this unfortunate waffle for as long as humanly possible. And, well, there are still 2 rounds left to play with in the opening half. 2 more opportunities for Fallacy to try to replicate the exact same success they saw last week on Coastline. Naturally, last week when they played this particular map, they ended off their first half with a 4-2 split, which they were then able to actually translate into a 7-3 victory when the side swap had actually come around. And naturally, on the receiving end, the Last Resort, they don't want to find themselves in the exact same shoes that Aqualix were in last week. They don't want to go down and under far too quickly, so they got to put up a fight, but they have definitely been making great strides in doing so. By the looks of it, K5 has finally returned to the lobby, so the waffle has ended and we can finally get back into the action.
Yeah, and K5 obviously giving us no surprises with his operator pick, as you're able to analyze the other 9 players in the lobby. He's been the Ash main for TLR so far, and he will continue pursuing the venture of frags. Currently negative though, so the fragging department not doing well. It is Enk, obviously, the man of the hour, the man of the week. How many
carrying his own weight and carrying that of the teams as well on his
carrying
shoulders.
Maestro's backpack? That is a meaty backpack.
Do you think that he keeps both of his chunky soccer ball evil eyes or football evil eyes in his backpack as well? Like, where do you think he pulls them out of?
Yeah, it's got, well, the older is a
suspect
massive
it's
gun as well. Keeps that in there.
Yeah.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Wow,
Literally
he's
everything.
probably got a few pizzas in there as well, being Italian.
Oh, are you kidding me? I'm pretty sure at that certain point his entire backpack is a brick oven. He keeps the pizzas in his pocket and he just sort of slaps them back in, and then, hey presto, in 12 minutes he can eat some dinner.
A full-on concrete furnace. But yeah, as we start round 5, finally, Last Resort wow, Tonic, he did this run out last week on Coastline and does not get anything for his efforts. And elsewhere, another Fallacy member, that's Nixu, an aggressive push into Sunrise Bar is felled. It's all left up to Sebson on the Jaeger, stuck inside of Kitchen and air jabbed off, and it looks like K5 is aware of his presence inside of Kitchen. All it takes is one swing from Sebson, which he should be doing now, because another member of Fallacy falls on the bomb site. And 50 seconds left. 50 seconds just passed. It's a 1 versus 5, and they know the presence of the smoke who dropped the aqua hatch. We had a very long break, a very short prior round to that.
I'm not exactly sure what the heck has just happened in between round number 4, the entire duration of the pause timer, and what we just witnessed right here, but Fallacy, something drastic has happened, because I think it's safe to say that that round was an absolute travesty. The entire roster was clean sweep. They were practically steamrolled through within the span of less than 60 seconds, which is entirely abnormal. Every single one of the players on the side of Fallacy, they were so far away from home. They were so spread. They were spread extraordinarily thin. There was nobody to back up the other, and everybody was practically just left all on their lonesome with nobody within 3 seconds. Keep in mind, that is the golden rule of thumb when playing Rainbow Six Siege. In order to get off a successful refrag or trade, you gotta make sure it happens within the first 3 seconds, meaning that you are within 3 seconds worth of distance. I know it's not a unit of distance of your teammate to secure that trade. That was just completely thrown out of the window from Fallacy, and they were all dropped like flies by the Last Resort with no response whatsoever. And just like that, TLR, they basically took a freebie. It was handed to them on a silver platter by Fallacy.
Exactly that. An adaptation coming out from Fallacy. They've picked off of the Pulse onto the Frost. Now this is interesting. They forego the use of the only intel, well, maneuverable intel operator that they had on the Pulse, and swap it out for those Frost mats. And now, the use of the Frost mats is negligence. If Last Resort, obviously with the sick pick, they're not expecting a Frost to come out. If they've droned the operator in the prep phase, then potentially they will be more vigilant with their droning. But this could catch 1 or 2 members of the Last Resort out, especially attacking that top floor, jumping in through the VIP double window, which they have been doing so often, and jumping in kitchen window, which they have been doing so often as well, to go for a plant. So if the droning is good enough, which it obviously is right here, because there's a pre-placed drone in Aqua, spots out the Jaeger of Sebson, and he is down from the courtyard roof and secured the kill by K5. Last Resort have really impressed me with their drone work. They have been pre-placing drones all around the map, and any time that Fallacy try and wiggle through on a flank or just try and roam, creep, lurk somewhere, Last Resort know about it.
It's just absolutely pristine work that the Last Resort has been putting in thus far, and it's paying dividends to say the least for the time being. In Fallacy, they have once again lost one of their players to the void as well, but Enk, he's the man that will always step back up to the plate and get things back in Fallacy's favors. He's able to shut down Bruno, and there's still 4 players left on the side of TLR that Fallacy have got to power through. They have tons of top 4 presence that they have to worry about. It's basically an unscratchable itch at the back of their brains right now, but they have got to hold on for another 70 seconds as K5, excuse me, actually Mono this time around popping in on the clean kill feed is going to shut down Oculus. So things are starting to look much brighter for Fallacy, but we're not at the end of the chapter just yet.
50 seconds left. Last Resort still have a whole boatload of time to make this execute, but their star player has fallen. Bruno went down to Enk as the first death for Last Resort. It will be on Hazard's shoulders to go for the bomb plant, as now they make their way at Last Resort into the bomb site. And a beautifully timed pinch between kitchen window and service door means that they now have site control. The bomb is being planted. These spots from the Evil Eyes come out, but they do not bear fruit into a kill. Nixu does refrag, and now a post plant for Fallacy. Both attackers have vacated the bomb site outside of service. Nixu goes for an aggressive play out the kitchen window, but it does not work out. It's all up to the man of the match so far, Enk. He has a player on his left and on his right. It's a perfectly played crossfire by Last Resort, but Enk doesn't care about the crossfire. He finds the headshot onto one, and now it's all up to Panicky. He hears the sound of the diffuser going down, but Enk falls off. He now has to play aggressive out the service door. He baits one. He finds the headshot. Does he have enough time? He does! Oh my goodness, a 7-second defuse time, but he will get it in the nick of time. Enk!
0.3 was left on the timer at the top of your screens. There is no chance in hell that Fallacy should have walked away with that round, but Enk, this man has pulled through once again.
I have my hands on my head. Would you look at that? 12-3, 2-1 versus X clutches, 3 diffuses coming out for Enk, and 4 out of the 6 rounds he has a multi-kill him. That is impressive stuff. And we talked about Maestro's backpack. That thing has just grown a whole new compartment.
Oh, indeed it has. Obviously, if you're wondering what that new compartment is, it's to house the MVP of tonight's matches, which, you know, we've taken a glimpse of the trophy. It's pretty sizable, so it's going to fit right in with Maestro's overall aesthetic, but hot damn. I don't think that Fallacy had any business winning that round whatsoever. Things were going south, left, right, and center. The bomb site was left practically completely empty, with the sole exception of Mono actually standing or crouching next to the barrels inside of service. The moment that he had gone down, everybody else from Fallacy was off-site. The response, it was there. It maybe came in a bit too slow, but still, Enk. I don't know how this man does it. I need to know what he eats for breakfast. This is ridiculous.
I think we need to know more what he eats for breakfast. We need a skincare routine, his chair height, his monitor angle.
If he has gamer socks or not, and what size those are, probably. Yeah, just the whole gist of it. Everything.
Oh, you didn't tell me this in the patch notes. New Legion buff. He can now shoot goo mines.
Oh, no, he doesn't shoot goo mines. He actually uses the soup cans to shoot bullets themselves. I don't know how it works.
Old one. Oh, this has been in the game for a while.
We actually saw something very similar last week where I think it was a match on Clubhouse, somebody decided to use their banded batteries to shoot out bullets. And speaking of bullets, Bruno's got none because he's just gonna fill up Enk with a ton of lead from that buckshot, taking him right off the playing field. An early frag in favor of TLR.
An early frag in favor of TLR. That's Enk, obviously going down. His favorite operator is the Buck. He loves playing Buck on attack, and not using that skeleton key for a hooker attack is really going to hurt your offense. But adding to the kill onto the Jaeger, not the Jaeger, the unfortunate situation with the Legion goes down the Bandits. Hazard on 90 is able to find one and down the diffuser. It will be Sebson's job to trade out his teammate, but he has an HP disadvantage to the Jaeger of Hazard. He has a very good 2x scope on a very good gun to boot, but he's going to have to land the all-important one-shot headshot. He's going to wait for his teammate of Tonic to rotate to the penthouse big window, and is now supported by the sledge of Nixu inside of luggage. It's a three-man pinch onto the one player inside of theater. He gets lion scanned, he gets live ping and Z ping and concussed, but yet he still persists. Finally taken down, but that almost turned very bad for Fallacy's offense. They wasted a lot of time clearing that player, but the clock still in their favor.
Yeah, there's still 40-ish seconds left to work with on the side of Fallacy, which, trust me, I think in this situation, as long as they can get in their post-plan position setups, then they should have no trouble actually mounting up this execute. But strangely enough, Nixu, he's got the diffuser in hand, and he is working his way through 90 hallway. Not exactly sure what the game plan is over here. Maybe they're trying to bait and switch TLR into actually baiting out some of their util. Not exactly sure, but for the time being, well, I think it's safe to say that, well, Nixu has to work his way into the bomb site. He's going to find a frag grenade onto Oculus before Bruno gets a lovely shot, and here comes Nixu wide swinging in through the VIP hall with the L85 is going to claim the life of Bruno. And I thought that Fallacy hadn't got the ball rolling, but turns out that it's never stopped, and turns out as well that they are just as strong on the attack as they are on the defense.
And that shows good stead through Fallacy. All 5 members, they didn't need Enk that round. Enk was the first death. He had done nothing in the round, but yet they still came out on top. Nixu going big, but the team play was really impressive. They were able to surround Jaeger inside of theater. They wasted time, but you have a whole 180 seconds in every round. They wasted, what, 20 to clear that? And instead of Sebson jumping the gun and just trying to take the one-on-one engagement with the Jaeger inside of theater, he was patient. He droned it. He waited for his team to back him up and secure the frag without... They didn't lose a player either.
No, they didn't. It was an absolutely flawless clear. Obviously, they were waiting for everybody to get into position. We didn't have Nixu, as you said, jump the gun and try to go for the one. He actually waited for Tonic to go on repel. Actually, he waited for Tonic to repel literally into Penthouse before setting off the E1D, and that's when the pinch came in through. Obviously, it took a couple of more seconds than we had initially hoped, but at the end of the day, it was just beautifully executed. That roam pitch onto Hazard, and I've got to say that on the side of Fallacy, they might have been down in the dumps after the first couple of rounds, but after coming right off the bat of Enk's 2 or 3 clutches, it was definitely 2 1vx clutches, you've got to imagine that these guys are feeling good. They're having a good time right now, and even if Enk is the first to fall, he's already spread out tons of good vibes, which is simply enough for Fallacy to actually continue to persist through these rounds.
Yes, and very, very quick and swift control inside of Penthouse for Fallacy's attack. It's Enk on the buck, already tearing up these floorboards. But Sebson has fallen on the other side of the map. That was Hazard inside of Sunrise to stop the split push coming out from Fallacy. They're very spread out, and that kill was not able to be traded. And there's a lot of utility. There's shield on smoke. There's 3 Banshees to clear, and the only operator that can do that now is the 2 frags on Nixu.
Indeed, we will see Hazard pick up his second of the round by shutting down Tonic. So they've already lost out, and I believe it was one more ED was still somewhere in the mainframe that's now just been flushed down the drain. But either way, that leaves Fallacy in a much more desperate situation compared to the previous round. Obviously, they still have Enk, the gunner himself, to try to shift things back into Fallacy's favor and maybe claim their 5th round, but obviously it's a tall task to accomplish. They still got to worry about 1 C4 on the side of TLR. They've already exhausted 2 of them. Still 1 more in the back pocket, which could translate to a potential kill if Fallacy aren't, well, actually careful enough about where they're standing for the time being.
Yes. Fallacy still have time to work with, but the man count is
drains.
not in their favor. There's still 5, all 5 Last Resort members. As I say that, one of them falls, and now 3 versus 4 situation as Enk finds his 13th frag of the match. It's traded elsewhere by Oculus onto Nixu, and Enk yet again from above finds another frag. This is looking more hopeful for Fallacy, but they have to get into the bomb site and plant the bomb or go for the frags. It looks like they are going for an execute heavy play because of the track stingers ring out from Gridlock. She still has 2 smoke grenades to cut off the line of sight from the defenders through kitchen. But it doesn't matter if you're cutting off lines of sight, if you go for a plant, if you're in a 1 versus X situation. It does make the 1 versus 3 into a 1 versus 2 mono, but he has a whole lot of work to do to make this round Fallacies. He pushes deep onto the rotate between the 2 sites. He knows the position of the Mozzie, but is not aware of Panky outside of bathroom. But the shooting of the track skinners gives away his position, and Mono finds the frag. It's now into a 1 versus 1. The track stingers on the doorway are gonna really help him out in this clutch situation. He pulls off, but K5 knows exactly where the bomb is being planted, and the high fire rate of the P10 Roni finishes the round.
Really well played on the side of TLR. It came down a bit too close for comfort on their side in a 1v5, a 1v3 scenario, and it became a 1v1 scenario, but luckily enough for them, K5 was there to pick up the pieces and secure the final frag, and I really got to give it to Mono. He almost overcame some really insurmountable odds in that 1v3 scenario. He played it almost entirely to perfection. If he was a bit quicker on the draw, he could have potentially also caught K5 mid-rotate, mid-swing through that kitchen door, but alas, they can't have it all. Either way, though, we really have to give credit where credit is due, because TLR so far have been absolutely killing it on their early engagements. They're able to put Fallacy in a really uncomfortable position, literally a minute into the round itself, and that leaves Fallacy backed up into a corner where they have to try to challenge really unfavorable gunfights and unfavorable scenarios overall the entire matchup, and that's something that Fallacy have been struggling with over the past 2 rounds on the attack thus far. If Last Resort are able to hold on to this man advantage the moment that they acquire it, then I have no doubt about the fact that they can run away with this match in just...
10 seconds left before insertion.
Hookabilia's defense now for Last Resort, and they are sticking with this bandit pick to deny the ability to open up these reinforced walls, but Fallacy so far have not been taking any kind of hard breach. Mainly the only option would be that Hibana, but they haven't bought it. They've opted for this half meta pick of the Lion and the Dokumi, now picked into a Gridlock.
Yeah, and
But what I really like... Go ahead.
Yeah, on the side of Tonic, he's got the secondary hard breach gadget as well, which is supposed to make up for that lack of dedicated hard breach utility, but it hasn't really been used to full extent throughout the entire matchup. A nasty opening flick from K5 to wipe Eng's head clean off his shoulders. That was nasty.
And that was under an E1D being live pinged. Very impressive stuff. And Enk, it's not like him to miss his shots, but those are shots that may cost around for Fallacies. He goes down early yet again. It will be up to the remaining 4 members of the roster to secure another hooker billiards attack without their buck.
We have seen them salvage rounds time and time again, but obviously this is starting to get much more dire with each passing round and with each frag that TLR is able to get under their belts. And obviously, as things stand right now, it's a relatively slow approach coming out from Fallacy. They're not really budging a muscle for the time being, not moving an inch. They're just gathering as much initial intel as they can with their drones and seeing exactly what kind of execution do they want to mount up towards. What do they eventually want to accomplish right here, and how do they go about doing so? Luckily, though, for TLR, well, K5 has actually managed to snag away a couple of drones himself, so that is going to hurt Fallacy's drone economy for the time being, and it does also grant TLR a lot of info on the flip side, but the clock continues to drain away. We've got just over 60 seconds left, and Fallacy have yet to put their best foot forward.
I'm questioning myself what the attack strategy here is for Fallacy. The clock is running down. There doesn't seem to be much active taking of map control, active engagements coming out. They are taking their time and potentially just playing it meticulously, ticking all the boxes, getting the control they need, removing the utility, and that will be Nixu's job from below with the frag grenades to remove that shield that is protecting the hooker rotate. Bruno, however, he still has 2 smoke canisters left, and there's around 25 seconds left. As soon as that clock hits 20, those smoke bays will become all but impossible to overcome.
We will see Nixu be engulfed in toxic gas for the time being, as Mono will be cleaned up by Oculus Sebson with the immediate refrag onto K5, and we will see Sebson try to make his entry, and we will also get a glimpse of Nixu shutting down Panicky. We're back in a 2v2 situation, but Hazard has to say no. He'll shut down Sebson, and Nixu left on just 1 HP. Can't make anything happen for the time being. Doesn't even work his way into the bomb site. He might have been caught behind that destructible kind of ish wall, but either way the clock had hit 000, and time management was the core issue of Fallacy for that entire round. They waited far too long. They kept delaying their own execution, and it really hurt them.
It almost looked like Fallacy were just waiting for Nixu to do something from below, because Sebson was set top white stairs. Who was it? Was it Lion? Yeah, Lion was set on the Aqua balcony along with the Gridlock. The Lion fell, and then it was Gridlock alone in Aqua, and both Sebson and Mono were just holding angles. It looked like that they waited for a cue from Nixu to do something, either get a frag grenade kill from below onto Bruno, who was sat in a very predictable spot as smoke behind the pink bar. But Nixu didn't find anything. He didn't even remove the shield, which I assume they were. The ping 2.0 came out, and Nixu wasn't able to remove that shield, and it just made the execute, if it wasn't already hard enough, even harder.
Yeah, it was really messy to say the least, and at the end of the day, the moment that Fallacy actually had tried to make any kind of progress towards their execution, they weren't given the light of day by the last resort. It was quite literally shut down the moment that Fallacy showed any signs of wanting to get themselves on the bomb site itself. They really weren't given a single inch to work with, and it was just overall really well held by TLR as the dying seconds of the round were approaching. But for the time being, Fallacy have got to, well, forgive and forget. They've got to move on to the next round for the time being. Otherwise, TLR will be sitting on map point for the time being. Scoreline currently 4-5, and Fallacy desperately need to pick up this last one if they still want to be in the running for Coastline. So we will see Enk for the first time in a while get an opening frag onto K5, and that is going to put TLR in a very bad position, as they no longer have the luxury of tossing out goo mines non-stop throughout the entire round.
We hear the first E1D rain out, and that just allows Fallacy to take the full control of the top floor. But Hazard is trying to contest this as he plays aggressive in 90, but cannot land the all-important shots onto Nixu. One more bullet from that carbine would have done it, but he wasn't able to do so. Enk also falls inside of Hooker along with Mono, and Last Resort in a 3 versus 5 have now played very aggressive to level the man count. Mono is trying to be finished by Oculus through the floor, but it doesn't look like he'll be able to do so.
No.
The revive comes out.
Yeah, I was just like wondering, what if Oculus decided to pull a big boy strategy and just like jump through the penthouse hatch, catch everyone on Fallacy off guard.
Oh my.
That would have been something.
I'm waiting to see like the perfect Oryx flank, but it's never really bared fruit. And as I speak about the perfect Oryx flank, he won't be doing any of that in this round because Tonic rotates outside of the service door and gets a beautiful wallbang through the barricade, potentially a Z ping from a drone on Fallacy's end.
Unfortunately, we'll have to keep dreaming about the perfect Oryx flank. It's not going to happen in this particular round, potentially a tad bit later, but we'll just have to wait for the time being. Sebson will be taken down by Panicky, but he will be immediately refragged as well by Mono. That is the 3-second rule that Fallacy have now started to get into their heads for the time being, and is starting to pay off. We will see Bruno left all on his lonesome behind the Sunrise bar. Finally will be taken down by Tonic from the Sunrise window itself, and that is Fallacy not letting TLR run away with Coastline.
This match is so back and forth. We now stand at a 5-all scoreline going into round 11. The next team, well, the team that wins this next round goes on to match point and secures himself at least 1 point from the first map. I don't know about you two, Doors, but this is looking very draw heavy to me.
I think we might have a draw on our hands for the time being. I've got to say that, well, if we just take a look at how the game has actually played out, yes, it's been really, really back and forth, but on the other side of the spectrum, both squads have actually been making just a ton of mistakes, which is a bit unfortunate to see. But the opposition always finds a way to capitalize on those mistakes and always punishes their opposition for doing so. I mean, there have been tons of rounds where Fallacy have quite literally gotten off the wrong foot in a round. A horrendous start for them, but they always manage to just win it out by the skin of their teeth, slowly but surely clawing their way back into a particular round. And that's where the Last Resort has actually seemed to struggle more often than not. And usually you can say vice versa as well. It has been a really, really strange, abnormal, but at the exact same time interesting dynamic that has been taking place right here between these two squads at a gameplay sense, and I wouldn't be able to throw my money at either one of these two squads. I think we may have an eventual draw on our hands, as you said.
I very much dislike draws, but I think that either team to not come out with a point in this map would be devastation. Devastation on the start of the round for Fallacy, as that bullet hole spawn peak we have seen been done 4 times in this map so far, and finally it nets a kill, because after it, you're checking for it every round. Every round you check for that bullet hole spawn peak, very common in ranked. It finally catches you off.
Yeah. And I gotta say, if it didn't happen, K5Z would be doing a disservice to everybody in Twitch chat for not having picked up the headshot. So good on you. You managed to grab TLR, an outstanding opening frag onto Sebson nevertheless. So that is already tons of concussions and impact utility that Fallacy are missing out on. And that is going to make the eventual execution just a tad bit more difficult. But the drones are starting to, well, quite literally engulf Hazard. And so is a spray of bullets coming out from Enk. They will get the refrag, putting us back in a 4v4.
Carry on, Tudors. I'm just looking for the ECS kill record in a map.
I'm not even exactly sure what it is off the top of my head.
Most kills in league, match 21.
21. Enk has 5 more to put on the table right here if he's to break that record.
In 2 rounds. That is a tall order, but we've seen him get a 4K in the the third round of the map. So it's entirely plausible. But of course, all that's on his mind is to secure the 3 points here for Fallacy. He's still alive and able to use that skeleton key to his advantage, opening up this floor as we see pretty much every single attack on Kitchen, making life hell for the anchors on site. And especially when there's players outside of kitchen window and service door cutting off the rotates away from those holes, the defenders are in a really bad spot, especially Bruno.
Definitely so. He's only got 1 more Toxic Babe. As I say that, he's actually tossed out all 3 of his Toxic Babes within the span of 15 seconds. Bit premature if you ask me, and that is going to make Fallacy's execution just a tad bit more easier, but Bruno wants to get aggressive with the shotgun at close range. He's not going to be able to take down Mono. Instead, he's going to be shut down himself, and suddenly the whole round has been popped wide open for Fallacy, and they can start mounting that execution. K5 will be lit from Courtyard, and it's Ink with the triple to shut him down. Oculus in a 1v4 has to try to clutch this one out. He shuts down Ink, goes for the long angle, and manages to actually catch Mono in the whole thick of things. There's 15 seconds left, just above it actually. They will secure the revive onto Mono as Tonic tries to stick the plant, but is not even necessary. We will see Nixu claim the life of Oculus directly from above. Beautiful coverage, and because of that, Fallacy, they'll be well rewarded. They will sit on map point.
They secure themselves at least 1 point so far from the Playday, and the community look like they are beating the staff in this one so far, but it's not all over. TLR can go back to Hooker Billiards, and this is a bomb site that has yet to be won on attack. But no, I scrapped that idea. They won their first attack, lost their second one. I just rechecked my notes. So yeah, it's an even bomb site. 1-all on attacking this bomb site. It's all to play for this round. And Fallacy bring out the exact same operator lineup. They love sticking with what they set out to do. There's no deviation in operators. They have set out plans. Gridlock, Lion work really well together. Obviously, the track stingers limit the movement, restrict the movement from TLR, and then the E1D is able to punish the defenders that are stuck in place by adding even more mud to the occasion.
Indeed, and more often than not, Fallacy, we don't even get to see them use their utility to the full potential just because of the fact that they're able to steamroll through the last resort on multiple occasions. So I really want to see us come to like a pure post-plant situation where almost all bodies on both sides are still left up and running, up and kicking actually, with some life in them to give us a much more exciting post-line. But either way, I'm getting very, very hopeful, because either way, this matchup has been an absolute treat to witness so far. A back and forth tug of war between Fallacy and TLR, battling it out for as many points as possible. Fallacy have guaranteed themselves at least one, but they want to secure 2 more. It's going to take this last attack for them to see if it will be fruitful.
Yes, an adaptation from TLR, switching off of the Bandit, Panicky. The last time they defended this, it was the Bandit of choice. He's gone on to the mute. So those mute jammers will allow the defenders in sight who are around sat on mute jammers to move freely underneath an E1D scan. In the radius of that mute jammer, you do not get detected by the E1D, and that's going to make life a bit more free for the defenders. They can toss C4s without being detected. You can toss smoke grenades, you can swing with a shotgun, and there's 2 shotgun SMG-11 combos on the side of Last Resort for this round.
It is going to give them tons of more wiggling room in general, which could be the silver bullet that the Last Resort actually need to end up securing a single point. On the side of Fallacy, though, they're going for an entire clear of the full map itself for the time being, contemplating from which part of the map do we mount our eventual execution. We can see that Tonic has already used his trampoline to blow a hole wide open through the VIP wall, so that is going to cut off a direct line of sight into the Billiards bomb site, giving TLR just a little bit less wiggling room in general to try to directly contest it. But for the time being, it's still a stalemate, it's still a Mexican standoff, and it is the calm before the storm.
One of the really important moments in this match and this round is, can Enk dislodge Bruno from behind the pink bar? That smoke position behind the pink bar is so pivotal to denying the default plant behind the bomb. Can he use his skeleton key to dislodge Bruno from this position? He's looking for the kill, but it is Sebson to get that opening frag, and 1 C4 on Panicky goes away. Bruno tanks some shots, but he finds the pump onto Enk. That's the top fragger for Fallacy down, and it's now up to the remaining 4 to yet again find the round win. 25 seconds left as 2 Toxic Babe make that 3 are expended, but the bullet holes do not work out for Oculus, and so doesn't Bruno. K5 sat on Vars, except it's Hadders on Vars. He has support from K5, but he doesn't make the shot. It's into a 1 versus 1 as Hazard does trade out his teammate. 10 seconds left, stuck in a Banshee as Mono. He does have the HP advantage, but the swing from Hazard! TLR salvage a point, and boy, do both teams deserve it.
Indeed, they both deserved it, but Hazard, he wasn't gonna let Fallacy walk away with 2 extra. Man, oh man, when it came to the dying seconds of that round, Hazard was perfectly positioned to receive. With open arms, he managed to find 2 players all for himself, and then a third one in the form of Mono to top it all off and be the saving grace for the last resort. I'm almost left entirely speechless. That was an entire roller coaster of a coastline map in general. I dare I say a roller coaster of a Rainbow Six Siege match that I haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, that was exhilarating from start to finish. The first round, Bruno with a 4K, pulling off the plant at the last second to thwart Nixu. And then we just had
heroics from Enk. My goodness.
The 2 1 versus 2s on Maestro. The one on Kitchen service where the bomb was planted and there were players either side of service door.
Yeah.
I thought he had no chance in hell of winning, but Enk is Enk.
Enk is Enk, and he's just going to continue to pad his stats throughout the evening. Speaking of what we have, planned out for the rest of the evening, we do have map number 2, which is Consulate. That is going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes. We are going to cut to a short little break, but don't worry, we'll be back to see if one of these 2 teams can actually acquire a bit more points, or if both teams are going to walk away with 2 points each from 2 draws. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a few with Consulate.
Well, I woke up on the lobby floor. Yeah, last night was some kind of war. I'm coming down like a waterfall. I check my phone, but you never call. Lost in the ceiling, caught up in the ceiling. I can't seem to let it go. Locked in this cage, I've been stuck here for days, and I can't seem to let you go. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out. Come let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. Can we be free? to me. I know that I've been the enemy, but I've had my moment of gravity, moment of gravity. Lost in the ceiling, caught up in this feeling, I can't seem to let it go. Locked in this cage, I've been stuck here for days and I can't seem to let you go. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out, pushed you out, pushed you out. Come let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. Can we be free? You pull me up, yeah. Can we be free? And I put you down. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out, pushed you out, pushed you out. Don't let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out, pushed you out, pushed you out. Don't let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Shut the key, yeah. Can we be free?
To ECS Rainbow Six Siege. We've got Playday number 2 of the Contenders division on our hands, and we are currently right in the center of an exciting match between Fallacy and the Last Resort. In case if you guys are just tuning in, we just witnessed a draw on Coastline. Even though it was a draw, both squads played it absolutely fantastically. It was a roller coaster, an exhilarating matchup between these two squads. But unfortunately, both of them are only going to walk away with a single point from Coastline. We still got map number 2, Consulate, around the corner to see if we will have the exact same outcome or if one of these two squads is able to actually pick up a full 3 points. My name is Tudor, and alongside me on the virtual caster desk, I've got none other than Kangaroo Kenny. Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Just bringing my heart rate down from that first map. As you said, exhilarating. A draw. One of the most exciting draws I've casted, to say the least. One of the most exciting maps in all existence I've casted. And something even more exhilarating for me, I have never casted a consulate map in my casting career. So this is a first for me, and boy, am I excited.
As am I. It's actually been a while since I've casted Consulate myself, and it's good to see that this map is slowly but surely actually, starting to see a resurgence in the Tier 4 scene. I don't know exactly where it's coming from. Maybe it's just the fact that we saw tons of it over the course of EUL finals and NAL finals. We've seen crap ton of Consulate in general over the finals at Tier 1, but it's good to see that little wave has started to make its way back to the amateur scene of Rainbow Six Siege, and that we get a little bit we get some variety back in here. That's what we needed, just some good old variety.
Variety is the spice of life, but something that isn't being very varietous, I don't know if that's a word, the
Probably
exact same
not.
bans we've seen from Coastline transferring themselves onto Consulate. Asen, Thatcher, the 2 attacker bans, Valkyrie, a defensive ban, and Mirror. So we do have the famous 4 bringing themselves over from Spain across the border into France.
Is it France? I'm pretty sure this is.
It's a French flag.
I know it's a French flag, but it's a French embassy. I'm pretty sure this map is in Africa. I think, where is it? Côte d'Ivoire? I'm not exactly sure where it is.
My 5 years of this game have been a lie. I thought this was a French map. Oh no, that's Chalet. Oh my.
I knew it. It's Côte d'Ivoire. It's the Ivory Coast in Africa.
What? Well, you learn something new every day.
Indeed, you do. This is going to be a really, really exciting matchup, to say the least. we are going to be starting off
Attackers
with,
need to
well,
locate and
we
defuse
are going to be
the bomb.
starting off with the last resort on the defense right over here. They are going to be moving on to the basement, and as you can see, they're going to be rocking that dynamic duo of Bruno and K5 on the mute and Mozzie respectively. So usually this can indicate that we will potentially see a really heavy roam game on the side of TLR, or they could just try to actually directly counter Fallacy's drone work. We got a glimpse at just how proficient Fallacy are with utilizing their drones to gather as much info as possible in a very efficient manner. If the last resort are able to put these Mozzie pests and jammers to good use,
5 seconds
then
to go.
Fallacy could potentially find themselves in a position where they simply don't have enough info to
Attackers are
go off
moving
of
out to
for
locate
a
a bomb and
successful
defuse it.
execution.
Yeah, they're making very good use of the Thatcher ban. The Cade Electroclaws will go onto that garage triple wall, so it forces Fallacy to take above. They have to take piano and main lobby to be able to remove that Electroclaw. But of course, first off, to do so, you have to take the top floor. But they are failing in doing so, as on the printer window, Nixu falls to K5. Another opening kill for K5, carrying on Consulate where he left on Coastline. And the call now comes out on the queue of the Jackal scan for his partner in crime, Oculus, to fall back down to site.
I believe that might be the 3rd or 4th entry kill that K5 has gotten over the course of this series so far. Probably just a bit more than that, but either way, he has been really just doing his job outstandingly thus far. But unfortunately, he can no longer continue his profession as he'll be shut down by Ink for the time being. The man of the hour, the man who we have been praising throughout the course of Coastline previously, is certainly going to show up here on Coastline as well. Look at this. Hazard caught in the bathroom stall by the Jackal ping, and he's left infinitely jumping and falling as Panicky commits suicide with the C4. Throwing question marks in all chat as well. What is going on? This round is so perplexing.
Hazard was doomed. As soon as his feet were sniffed by the Spaniard, he was dead. He was stuck on top of a toilet, probably hoping there was a bathroom door that he could shut. But unfortunately, he will not be able to hide his tippy toes from that one. And Fallacy have taken a commanding lead in man count in this round. The C4 takes a bit of HP off of the Zafir, but nothing too drastic to net a frag for the last resort's defense. 50 seconds left, and Fallacy now have all the map control they need to be able to execute onto the site, but then now they have to take away this Electroclaw. They have to clear it, and yes, they've done that. Bruno, he's in a very precarious position on the back of White Van. Many vertical holes open, but the time may be working in Last Resort's favor if Fallacy still continue to stall.
Mono's gonna actually pick up Bruno before Tonic is left in the DB, and I can only presume from down below that is gonna leave Oculus in 1v4, as Tonic has now been picked up back to 20 HP, but the diffuser will start to go down momentarily, and Oculus, I hate to say this, but he might be as good as dead. Tries to light the heck out of the Jackal, but he will ultimately be shut down by Tonic, and that is the first round going to Fallacy, despite how messy it was with Hazard, well, dying on a toilet, which is probably the last thing that you would want engraved into your tombstone as well.
Elvis Presley impression.
I don't understand the reference, unfortunately.
Elvis died on the toilet.
Why am I just learning about this?
Did you not know that?
I
was
personally didn't.
Yeah, quite a famous fact. Elvis died on the toilet.
Well, funny how the cookie crumbles, and just the weird what's the word that I'm looking for? Weird coincidences that can take place in Siege in general.
Maybe Hazard had his blue suede shoes on. Oh my god, I'm back. Musical references.
Oh god, no! Don't pull them out. Don't pull them out. We are one E-back's enough, okay, man.
I was casting with Jerry last season. I made a movie reference, and Jerry didn't understand it, and I was quite impressed with myself. But I don't think many people got it because it's quite an old film.
Wait, we were talking about this. We were talking about this at a certain point. Wasn't it like a neo-noir film that you were referencing?
It was Basic Instinct, like a 90s film.
Yes, that's the one that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, enough about Sharon Stone. We're on to the second round, and Fallacy now have to attack onto the top floor, which is a very, very difficult bomb site to hold against any team of structure. And something that the Last Resort will use to their advantage are those castle barricades. There's so many lines of sights from the plethora of windows on the top floor of Consulate that you need to cut off some lines of sight by the use of those castle barricades.
Yeah, you can already see that one has been placed over by the top of Spiral Staircase. That is going to deem Long Desk a playable position for TLR, but as we can see, they've also got some downstairs presence for the time being in the form of Panicky and K5 with 2 Nitro Cells to their name as well, so they can definitely wreak some havoc from down below in the event that TLR lose a lot of crucial map control. But for Fallacy, they're stacking up right outside of admin, so it's more than likely that they're eventually going to establish a beachhead for themselves right over there and then collapse in from the eastern portion of the map.
Yeah, those C4s could really come to use for the Last Resort, and especially Panicky whenever the call comes from the Jaeger of Hazard that the attackers have repelled into admin. And that's exactly what should be being heard now by Hazard. The C4 does come out onto Coffin. It's just a pre-play, so he's going to use the sound of the footsteps above him to be able to blow that at any instance that an attacker comes right above him. Tonic falls on the CO windows as he engages in a gunfight with a Bruno, but the UMP comes out on top there. Fallacy do miss that C4 and evade it. Hazard now being Jackal Track once again, his position given away. He's going to stand the test of time and take the gunfight. The pre-fire almost lands onto the Ash, but Nix, who comes out on top of a whole flurry. A sea of blue on the kill feed as it's now left up to the 2 operators who were playing down below. One with a C4 still in hand, and he does get a kill onto Enk. That's the Hibana off the board. Not carrying the diffuser, however. But this is a doable clutch for the Last Resort, especially with that kill, because the last 2 operators on Fallacy's side are both 1 bullet's worth from death. Scrap that, Mono is full HP.
Yeah, K5 will be picked up back to 20 HP right over here, and you gotta, well, bank on the fact that that is simply enough to try to get the job done over here. Fallacy, they're already set up with their post-plant positions, so that already makes TLR's retake that much more difficult, and K5 is the first to fall. It's all down to Panicky right over here with 15 seconds left. Tries to bait out the defuse. He runs right into the open arms of Mono, who was waiting for him prone inside of that tiny little office. He was actually getting live pinged by a deployable camera. Strange. Either way, though, Fallacy being able to string together 2 rounds back-to-back is really going to let their opponents, TLR, know that Fallacy, they're in the driver's seat for this one.
I saw 2 players on 1 HP and 1 full on. I thought the full HP was the Ash, and then she died, and
No.
it all tumbled down from there.
Yeah, things went from bad to worse. That particular moment when the kill feed just dropped, as you said, it was a sea of blue. I was thinking to myself, like, how the heck did that happen? We missed out on so much action. The fact that Fallacy were able to instantaneously get 3 kills in the blink of an eye. I don't know exactly how it happened, where it took place. I remember we saw Hazard getting taken down over by Long Desk directly outside a printer room, but the other 2 kills that took place, no idea what happened. But either way, good on Fallacy. They have really been letting their true colors shine so far in Consulate.
Let's not forget, this is an attacker-sided map, so Last Resort shouldn't be too disheartened by foregoing the first 2 rounds in this match, but they have returned to the top floor bomb site. Yet again, bringing out the whole series of shields, 2 Goyo shields and 1 on the Alibi. And there's a lot of destructible utility that Fallacy need to clear. 2 deployable cameras, 1 on the Jaeger, 1 on the castle, and oh my goodness, K5 yet again an opening frag.
At this certain point, K5 has gotten the most spawn peaks that I have seen in a best of 2 series within the league thus far. And Fallacy, time and time again, they managed to find themselves in a position where their pants are around their ankles, and K5 fully exploits that. Look at this, man. Hazard finally being able to get his name on the leaderboard as well as he picked up his first, immediately translating it into a double by shutting down Enk as well, is immediately going to toss Fallacy on the back foot as they find themselves in a 2v5 situation with both bodies stuck inside of admin.
That castle barricade is going to protect Hazard as the C4 from below does technically get a kill as it gets an injure onto the sledge, and it's all up to Mono. He's stuck in a very bad place at the peak from Oculus. A high fire rate on the MX4 nets the headshot. A very aggressive defense there from TLR. They know that they needed to step it up because Fallacy were walking all over them. They've now got their own ground and have made a statement for the first time on Consulate.
Yeah, they really have. The entire dynamic of this map has just shifted into TLR's favor. If we compare and contrast the 2 rounds which just took place on the top floor, Fallacy, they absolutely stomped TLR on the initial in the initial moments of the round with being able to take such a huge chunk of map control in their own favor. Now we saw the exact flip side of that particular round where Fallacy, they weren't even able to make it out of admin. They were not even given the light of day by TLR, and it all came down to K5 getting that initial spawn peak, getting the entry frag, and this is something that I have actually started to notice more often than not. When K5 manages to get such a nasty spawn peak under his belt, Fallacy don't really know what to do with themselves, and the Last Resort just sort of realize that. It clicks in their brains that, hey, K5 just did a monkey banana brain play. Now let's take full advantage of that and crumble Fallacy.
And I think that Last Resort have twigged in what's going to make it work for them this map. The Jackal has been being exclusively run by Fallacy so far. And what happens? They sick pick a Cav, and Fallacy sick pick off the Jackal.
Funny how that works.
And he's going to do the exact same hiding spot. I think, however, Fallacy, if they've got their wits about them, they'll drone out that spot this time because they don't have the Jackal to be able to sniff out the feet. They have ignored now Fallacy, the top floor clear, and they're just going directly for a garage push. They've somehow, the Cali has got rid of the Cade Electrical, so they don't need to take top floor control to be able to remove it. This is saving them a whole bunch of time, and now they can actually just focus on an execute.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have to bother themselves with the headache of actually having to power through TLR's roam game in general, which is going to save them a bit of time. It's going to definitely save them a lot of effort and just bodies in general. They have managed to get that breach open, but I'm pretty sure they would have hoped to have a thermite, for example, because 2 MKERS pellets might not cut it. Either way, though, I have missed out on a chunk load of kills. Enk, as we noticed, was taken out swiftly by Panicky from behind the yellow pillar, and we will see Oculus also bite the dirt in return. It's a 4v4 situation, and with 100 seconds left to play, it could be anybody's game.
It's not looking good for Fallacy because this Hibana breach is so small, and now the Hibana is off the board. She cannot make it a sprintable hole. It's just going to have to be crouched through, and especially with the angle being held by Hazard from above, that's a free kill for any defender. Fallacy have noted this though, and they have sent Sebson up above to try and get the control inside of Piano so they can push through that breach. The drone does come through main lobby, and it might spot Hazard out inside of Piano on the Cav. I think he has spotted the Cav's presence in Piano and is just checking around statue area to make sure that he is safe to take that one-on-one fight.
The clock continues to drain oh so rapidly, and with each passing second is going to start working as a 6th defender. Fallacy have got to pick up the pace, and I'm not exactly sure if they're still committed to going for a full-on execution into the garage. They have started to work their way into the building itself, and Hazard is going to be the first point of contact with that Louison in his hands right now. He's able to take down the Ash of Nixu, and now the collapse, the refrag, it needs to come in for for Fallacy, otherwise all hope is lost, and it's starting to look like it. Hazard is able to find his second before Mono works his way into the bomb site with the diffuser in hand. Tonic needs to provide coverage as best he can. He manages to find one, but K5 walks away, shutting down Mono without having touched a hair on his head. Tonic will be lit up as well, but as the clock nears 000, all hope is lost for Fallacy, excuse me, and the TLR win that round almost practically on time alone.
A Kavira 3K. Stick that on your bingo card, Ebac, because we've just seen it.
I think you'll have to add that slot, probably.
Yeah.
I don't think it's on there.
No, that's why I said add it to.
Yeah.
We need a 26th. I think there's 25 on there. It's like a 5x5 grid.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're
stick
right.
a 26th on there. Kavira Ace. Maybe it's up to Hazard to gain that one.
Who will rise to the challenge? We saw what Hazard is capable of. The 3K with the Cav. Pretty outstanding stuff, but does anyone out there in Twitch chat think they can do better? Consider this a challenge. I want to see some spicy Cav plays, okay?
Just letting you know, I will not be playing Cav.
Oh.
I will not be partaking in that. I couldn't get an ace with any operator, so
I wouldn't be able to get an ace, period. Why would I try with Cav?
Yeah. Oh dear. So after 2 successive defense victories for Last Resort, they're sent to. Why did I say laundry? I was going to say laundry. Lobby at Oregon is in my brain.
It's stuck in everybody's brain right now. It's been drilled and engraved into our brains, and I want it out. I want to ditch the memory of Oregon even existing.
Lobby and piano. And this is the middle floor bomb site that has seen a lot of popularity in those T1 games on Consulate, because the development of strats in holding the top floor has been very, very good for the defense. And here we see K5 making use of those castle barricades to yet again reshape the top floor and put the angles in the defender's favor rather than the attacker's favor, obviously with so many windows going on up there.
Obviously, we can see that there is one of those castle barricades placed over by Zulu, so if Fallacy are able to just come storming in through Visa, then they can't directly contest the player over by Zulu or the bottom of yellow, so that is going to give TLR some more wiggling room. But on the flip side of things, that does give Fallacy direct entry through the lower side of Spiral into the bomb site. There's plenty of action that's actually taking place on the top floor itself, and it's going to start off with Fallacy being able to clean up Oculus. That's the opening frag now under their belt, and Fallacy have almost completely dealt with the roam presence that TLR was trying to exhibit. Hazard is the last thing on their checklist before they can start, well, actually exhibiting some proper vertical pressure.
Very early fallback from the top floor hold from Last Resort. There's so much utility gone into this top floor hold, and at the sight of a drone and a minute gone, they fall away, and they haven't got anything for their cause. A couple of drones and a bit of HP off of Mono. Fallacy are looking good in good stead for round 5, but they now have to turn their top floor control into killing anchors, removing utility, and ultimately getting the plant down. K5 is going to be caught unawares on the bottom of Spiral stairs. Nixu giving us a little bit of a dance as he's happy with that frag. And another toilet topper. Bruno this time making his Hazard impression.
I hope for Bruno's sake this time around that he doesn't get stuck in an infinite falling animation, because otherwise he is basically just as good as useless at that point. But either way, the Last Resort, they've gotta hang on tight for another 40-ish seconds, and on the side of Fallacy, they have gotta pick up the pace, start to crank the heat make sure that the last resort start feeling really uncomfortable, and with each passing second, I'm sure they are. Hazard has remained unchecked inside of Tellers for the time being, so he could be the defining factor of this round, as the remainder of the attack has been blocked from the bomb site itself. Hazard finally able to find Nixia, however being left on 1 HP doesn't put him in a good position. Sebson is going to shut down Panicky, and now it's all down to Bruno as Hazard has lost his head. The SMG-11 needs to make work done, and he does! He shuts down Mono as the clock hits 000, denying the plant!
Bruno with another clutch. He's gone a bit quiet after his electric start on side of Coastline, but finally the taps from the live pings on the bulletproof camera give him the intel to win the 1 versus 4. It didn't even need to kill 4 members of Fallacy. He just needed the one all-important player planting the diffuser. It made it a lot easier that the Zofia was around 10 HP, so she would have fallen very quickly. He didn't need to land that headshot at range with the SMG. He just needed a tap on the arm, and that did it. TLR take the lead.
I'm trying to process exactly what went wrong for Fallacy. They were holding on to all the cards. They had map control. Basically everything was in their favor. They should have walked away from that round victorious, except for one teeny weensy oversight. The fact that they hadn't actually gotten control of Spiral, as well as the fact that, well, the Zofia decided to plant where she decided to plant instead of maybe behind cover, literally anywhere else in that corner, completely exposed to an angle from inside of Spiral. Bruno saw an opportunity, he took it, and now Fallacy are going to suffer because of it.
You know what I think was a really big factor in that round? I know it was a 1 versus 4 with 1 kill. Not again. Oh my goodness.
Oh, come on.
The hatches inside of Projector and Piano, inside of CEO, were reinforced. And Fallacy did not have a hard breacher. So they couldn't open up the site hatches, which meant that the coverage of the bomb planter was very weak.
Yeah, that's actually very true. I didn't even pick up on that, to be fair. Hazard will be picked up to 20 HP after suffering a really unfortunate early engagement from Printer Window. Luckily for Fallacy, they have dealt with that initial presence, so they can slowly work their way from east to west throughout the remainder of the top floor. But on the side of the Last Resort, they are looking a little bit worse for wear after numerous players have actually suffered quite a bit of damage, and one of them is going to be put 6 feet under as well. That is Sebson being rewarded with the entry frag for Fallacy, and they're surely on their way to moving into the second half at an even 3-3 scoreline.
HP in advantage of the attack and also man count. Hazard very little on 20 HP, Oculus around half HP. It's a tall order now for Last Resort to pull this one out of the bag, but a 3-3 split is looking on the cards for Fallacy. Their round not looking as good as Enk, the man of the map last game, who hasn't been having as good a time today on Consulate, goes down, but swiftly traded onto Bruno. The crossfire from the CEO window and connector window was very, very good there from Fallacy. Another kill, and the round is slightly falling into nothing now for Last Resort. The 2 lit defenders are the only ones left standing. Hazard has been spotted out close on the projector door. He is now also stuck in a crossfire between the projector windows and the projector door. The upside down rappel is noted by Hazard, and his rotate down the projector stairs was not caught off by the sledge. That's a very important rotation, and missed shots from Oculus means that he is also on the brink of death, and Last Resort on the brink of a round loss.
Ooh, Hazard from the top of Visa's stairs is actually able to light one of the attackers up, but it's Nixu to shut down Oculus. Remaining prone on the staircase, he will be rewarded with the frag onto Sebson, but Mono is getting the diffuser down right in here and right now, and Tonic will clean up Hazard, putting an end to his shenanigans, and Fallacy, they'll take yet another round all to themselves. Another great, outstanding top floor execution is going to put the score line at 3-3. That was the last round of the first half. So an even 3-3 split for the time being. And now they are tasked with seeing if they can replicate the exact same success, if not better, on the defense.
And their site of choice to start off on this very, very even game. 6-6 on the first map, 3-3 on the first half of the second map. There's nothing, barely anything separating these two teams. And
No.
potentially it's going to come down to those 1 versus 1s in the dire rounds of this map to settle it.
I think you were definitely onto something before we hopped into Consulate, that this is really shaping up to be a draw. Nothing literally screams a tie the way that a 3-3 split does.
Yeah, especially on, I would say Consulate is a very balanced map. Coastline maybe not so, but Consulate has its pros and cons for both attack and defense. You don't see typically much CEO projector players at bomb site because it leads into the attacker's favor. So many windows, as I said before. But Garage is a very solid bomb site, and it is hard to attack. But as an attacker, if you play your cards right, it should be quite a simple attack. Garage can be complex, but if you make it simple, it is a simple attack. That may sound confusing, but it works in my head.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Twitch chat, being as simple as they can also pick up on this as well. The one thing that is a bit interesting or intriguing, I should say, is on the side of Fallacy. They actually don't have a Maestro on the playing field, despite the fact that he is available. Obviously, we have got Mono this time around on the Echo, with 2 Yokai drones that have already been tossed out, and with Sebson shutting down K5 and not allowing his earlier shenanigans to actually continue throughout the attacking half. A good early frag coming out from Fallacy is going to, will actually force TLR to work twice as hard to take this round home.
Last Resort really struggling to get rid of this Cade, and an unorthodox peek down the yellow stairs finally does remove it, but at the cost of K5 already trying that entry through yellow stairs. They haven't gone for a map clear. They've struggled in trying to get anything done, and almost half the round has elapsed now, and there's still so much utility. There's players roaming above, the potential of a peek from CO windows, the potential of top-down presence from Piano is still bearing fruit. A very questionable peek from Enk. He's obviously antsy that he isn't living up to his name after the first map, but we can't all be getting 18 kills per map. You've got to have a fall off at some point. And now Fallacy do have the man count level and a lot of anchor positions still in play.
I hope that that wide swing coming out from Enk doesn't actually translate to Fallacy shooting themselves in the foot, because they just lost out on a crucial anchor. They lost out on a gun as well, which is probably the most defining factor, as we have less than 45 seconds left to work with in this particular round over here. Bruno's going to find Sebson. He will be injured himself, and that's going to leave us in a technical 3v3, but Tonic, his days are numbered and will be shut down as Oculus on the entry is going to find 2 for his troubles. That leaves Nixu all on his lonesome. He's got the entire world to power. He will find Oculus, though, shutting him down and putting his reign of terror to an end, but he still has 3 more players that he needs to challenge. Hazard will secure the plant, and Panicky, he's going to secure the kill onto Nixu. The last resort. They're not going to let Fallacy run away with Consulate. They're once again going to tie things up. This match could not be more neck and neck, Kenny.
Whew. Neck and neck. That perfect way of describing it.
Oh, it's not 4-4, it's 3-4. Never mind. Apologies.
What one team has to go in front for them to be able to level it up again. So it's just it's the test. It's the test of time. It's
Yeah.
one thing has to happen for another thing to occur.
You know,
It,
I was just looking through the spreadsheet, and there's been a bit of a funny pattern that we actually saw on Coastline, and we also did see Noah drop this in the chat that almost every single one of the rounds that had been played on Coastline, they were 1-2 rounds apiece. So the advantage or the round advantage between the two
Attackers
squads
need to
had quite
locate and
literally
defuse as
been
many bombs as
swapping
they can.
every 2 rounds. So even though it's not back and forth each and every single round, the actual score does say quite a lot in the sense that this match just could not be any closer. And for the first time in quite a while, we will actually see the Fallacy have put an end to the Last Resort's reign of terror, because in that first half they were able to string together 3 rounds in a row. Now I dare to say that Fallacy has been able to keep them on a leash to a certain
10
extent,
seconds
but
left
obviously,
before
as you
insertion.
stated, now they're on the attack. Attack tends to be the much
5
more
seconds
favored
left.
the much more favored side on consulates. So Fallacy, they have got to
Attacker's
work
objective
twice
is
as
to
hard to
defuse
make
the
sure that
bomb.
they can actually keep their opponents in check from now on.
and it's going to be a tough call to try and keep them in check, especially going back down into the basement, which they had just previously lost. But it I think they have to make use of the fact that the Last Resort do not clear the map. They have to make the use of this Zafia. She is susceptible to a run out from main door, from projector balcony. I know there are air jabs on the runouts there, but if you send the 2 players that are roaming, one jumps out the window to trigger the air jab, the second one jumps out straight after to net the kill, and you save the life of the first player that jumps out. That could be the plan here, but Nixu obviously hears that air jab, breaks the glass to just alert Zafia to the potential of a run out, and just to check for 100% certainty that it is an air jab stopping him from jumping out. The clear coming up yellow says they know they are of Sebson's position. They know he's playing here. He played here last time, and it was K5 that lost that gunfight pushing up the yellow stairs. But this time he pushes the yellow stairs and gets a frag onto the bomb site. Mono goes down.
That's pretty gutting if you're in the shoes of Fallacy right now. Those Evil Eyes will remain static for the remainder of this round, so live intel might not be as worthwhile as previously. Either way, though, a really important entry frag for Last Resort to actually get the ball rolling this time around. They do have a moment to breathe, as they have gotten the initial garage breach open, so now they have all the pieces of the puzzle to potentially mount an execution. If they decide to try to clash with the roam presence being exhibited inside of Piano and the Yellow Staircase itself, that question remains unanswered, but I'm really curious to see if Fallacy find themselves potentially understaffed inside of the basement bomb site itself.
Yeah, a flood through the bomb site could net Last Resort this round. Tectonic is very lit up behind White Van. That is a power position. Enk in a power position on pipes. If he can play that position perfectly, Fallacy are in a chance of winning the rounds, but Nixu falls with a beautiful shot from the ACOG on Panicky. Makes that task a whole lot tougher for Fallacy. Now the push down yellow stairs does come as Fallacy look to thwart the execute coming from Last Resort. Oxit does push deep and finds one. There's a second adding onto it from Bruno, and it's all up to Sebson, who was spotted on yellow stairs. He's still in this position. He has 4 to find, a diffuser to defuse, and 40 seconds to do so.
I don't think that Fallacy are walking away with this round at all. Sebson can definitely try his darnest, and he will do so. Cleans up K5, but Bruno with the SMG from the garage breach is going to be his undoing. TLR, that particular execution was it was just an encapsulation of consulate perfection in general. It was so extraordinarily well played. The fact that they were able to actually claim control of Yellow Staircase as easily as they did, I think was the defining factor and the main reason as to why they won that round in particular. And it was just a bit unfortunate that Fallacy weren't able to directly contest Yellow Staircase. You saw that K5, he remained on yellow for as long as he did before getting the green light to go bonkers on the anchors themselves. He persisted on that particular position for far too long, and Fallacy had almost no way of directly challenging that without getting caught out by the person on flank watch. Something had to have been done differently in Fallacy's initial setup because the Last Resort just managed to claim far too much territory seemingly for free, and Fallacy had no way to shut them out of it.
Fallacy had to make use of the fact that Last Resort were not clearing the map. Like Last Resort did on their defense, they could hold Piano as Hazard did on the Cav and have a hole onto that Hibana breach. It was only a double X Kairos, a 12 pellet hole, so they could only crouch through it. And holding that from Piano is a really good way of stopping the attackers getting into Garage, especially when Oculus, who was on the Piano window stopping that initially, he rotates off of that angle and all 5 attackers are either outside the garage or outside yellow stairs. And with support of his teammate or of Sebson on the Jaeger, he's top yellow stairs, so he can protect his teammate in Piano from a push all the way up yellow stairs. So they needed to make use of the fact that there was no map control for Last Resort. It won't be coming this round because they are going for a top floor CEO defense.
Yeah, hopefully this time around Fallacy completely shifting around with the bomb sites, they might be able to actually sort of narrow the gap between themselves and the Last Resort if they're able to pull a dub here, but it is a massive change of pace for them to overcome for the time being. A rather slow start coming out from the Last Resort as they're trying to evaluate exactly what Fallacy is doing in this particular round, pinpoint the mistakes, and find the best, the most optimal way to exploit those mistakes as well. You can see on the side of Fallacy that they have brought out the Pulse. Sadly for Fallacy, he's the only C4 wielder, so if things go south on the defense, they only have one explosive to actually answer back with. Sebson is going to open things up by shutting down Panicky. He's going to find a second one onto K5 before being shut down by Hazard. The immediate refrag is there, but the damage has already been dealt.
The Pulse still alive below. That could be the difference maker in this round. But Fallacy look like they do have the round by the scruff of the neck, especially as Oculus goes down from the bathroom peak from Mono. There was a player of Bruno on that bathroom rappel, so he was just unable to support his teammate. And not hearing the rappel is Mono, so that's a free kill for Bruno. HP though, not in Last Resort's favor. Neither is man count. And there's a C4 still on Tonic, and that cardiac scanner is going to give a whole load of intel for Fallacy to when the rappel comes in from CO window from Hazard, who is the bomb carrier. Oh, that's not a good decision. Enk goes down, and so do 3 Toxic Babes to stall the push into the bomb site. Bruno, I believe, has rappelled into bathroom, and he now can cover the Hibana if she does go into CO. He can cover the cross, but what he isn't expecting is the Pulse down below. He has rotated out of bathroom up the yellow stairs, so he can cover the cross and light up Nixu from that connector position. And Hazard nets the kill as the Wamai is forced out from behind his cover by the X-Kairos. But the Pulse still persists. This could be the difference maker. The cardiac scanner, he's just out of range. He spots the wrong player. He gets the player covering the diffuser with a beautiful shot onto the head of Bruno. It's all up to Hazard against Tonic. 1 HP, 1 bullet will decide this. Both players are aware of
Hazard.
They're both aware of the situation. This round could send Last Resort onto match point. Tonic has a C4 in hand with the intel, but doesn't net the kill. Evileye giving out the position of Hazard inside of bathroom. Hopefully the diffuser is starting to be had by Tonic, but Hazard doesn't hear. He's going to have to rush. He spots the head. Not in cover as Tonic. And TLR do secure match point.
That was so very close from Fallacy, and it is absolutely gutting to actually, have found out that the round played out in the way that it did, all because of a tiny little team kill. Okay, maybe it wasn't tiny, it was really, really bad for Fallacy. The fact that they had lost Enk, who wasn't necessarily fully awake in this particular matchup, but an extra body is what it is. It just gives you the potential to actually set up crossfires, challenge much more favorable gunfights compared to your opponents. And the moment that he had gone down, I was thinking in the back of my head, like, dang, Fallacy, that's really, really bad, but you've still got a failsafe. You've still got Pulse. You've got Tonic with that Nitrocell in his back pocket that can prevent things from going from bad to worse. And they certainly did. The moment that Nixu had actually fallen, because of the fact that the Last Resort's clear was so proficient, Tonic was nowhere near enough to actually respond. And I've got to say, credit where credit is due. Hazard played that 1v1 position practically to perfection because of the fact that he realized he was facing against a Pulse. He realized that he had to remain mobile for as long as possible to not actually find himself with the C4 directly under his feet. And ultimately, it came to just like 1.5 seconds left on that defuse timer, and he managed to get the kill, managed to get the pop shot onto Tonic and shut him down. And because of that, the Last Resort, they are sitting comfortably in the lead on match point.
Match point for Last Resort, and Fallacy can only hope for a second draw now. They are fighting for 2 points on the Playday, or instead they will just go home with 1 and Last Resort come away with 4. And 4 points is a very good takeaway from a Playday, especially with how close this game has been. But Last Resort have just managed to find an extra gear on their attacking half on Consulate so far, putting all 3 attacks on their side, their round victories, and now looking to close it out.
Do or die right here for Fallacy, and, well, Mono's not gonna die, at least not for the time being. He will be left in the DBNO, and K5 is quick to capitalize. He's gonna shut down Sepson, and now a whole flurry of kills is being painted orange and is gonna leave Tonic in a 1v4 situation. He has the entire world to overcome, but he will be shut down by Bruno ascending the spiral staircase with that SMG-11. The pocket A10 Warthog will be his undoing, and that is TLR putting a swift end to Fallacy and walking away with the full 3 points on Consulate.
Wow, I was building up the final round and then it just finished.
It was rather anticlimactic, I will admit that. Everything
Yeah.
just fell apart really, really badly for Fallacy in those last couple of rounds, and it was just unfortunate that they couldn't recover the way that they did on Coastline in general. Coastline was an outstanding map. If you're just joining us, I would seriously recommend going back and watching that VOD, but the Fallacy which we saw on Coastline wasn't the same one that showed up to Consulate, unfortunately.
No, definitely not. And I have to question on Fallacy. With a player such as Enk doing so well on Maestro in the first map, they then took him off the Maestro, put him on the Smoke, and especially as Smoke, you can't be as aggressive because your utility is so much more time effective. The longer the round goes on, the stronger Smoke gets. Maestro has already set down his utility. He is done. He is just a gun. Smoke is not. And Enk was not allowed to be as free and as play as aggressive and just take gunfights and win them as he did on Coastline. So Fallacy potentially shot themselves in the foot by putting, I mean, I can say it, their best player from map 1, putting him in a restrictive role.
Yeah, it really sucks that it panned out the way it did, and I have to echo that sentiment. Enk was, he was able to roam freely on Coastline. He was wreaking havoc left, right, and center, and then Consulate was a completely different story because of the role that he was placed on. He would have to play much more conservatively, which, it just translates to him not having the freedom to do what he does best, and that is just to straight up gun and step up to the plate when nobody's there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, so that was our first Contenders day of game day 2. I have to get my head around it.
We have tons of different terms that we are throwing around, but we do have some more action from the Contenders division, which will be taking place tomorrow evening. The first match of which is going to be Rocket Gaming versus Team Manic at 6:30 p.m. CET. The second one, the next following match is going to be Speechless Academy going up against Aqualic. So those are two outstanding matches which you don't want to miss either. Once again, 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. CET. Same time, same place, right here on the Twitch channel of ECS or ECS Rainbow Six. Before we sign off, do we have any closing words, Kenny?
I would just like to put it out to Fallacy and TLR for giving us such a good match. Like that coastline, I can truthfully say was really entertaining, and I hope everyone who was watching at home found it as entertaining as me and Tudors did finding it being casted. So yeah, that's my take on it, and thank you all for obviously tuning in to ECS. We hope to bring you some more fantastic action across the next 7 weeks and into playoffs. Obviously, make sure you follow the Twitch channel. You follow us on our Twitter at ECS Rainbow 6 to get all the updates on when the games are going live. And that's it from me.
All right, cool. So you heard it first here, folks. Make sure to go ahead and follow all our socials. In case if you aren't already aware, drops have been enabled on the channel. So we've got 4 different days that we're broadcasting on: Mondays, Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. That's practically a single block of 4 days where you can earn some juicy in-game loot. So just tons of more incentive to actually tune into the broadcast in general. Either way, though, I've been Tudor. Kenny's been Kenny, and we will see you guys back here tomorrow for the remainder of the matches, the last batch of Contenders matches for this particular week. For the time being, though, thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. Take care and have a good evening.
Broken strings 'cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention, drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation. Shattered from the past, wish you were my last. Shatter me to pieces like broken glass. Ooh, frozen looking at pictures that we took back in the summer. I thought that I would remember how we used to feel, but this isn't real. Now we're over. Take it all, there's nothing left here anyway. We used to talk, but now we don't know what to say. Now we're just 2 passing strangers. We tried, you lied, goodbye forever. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was your new addition, you make me part of your equation.